Cameron William Remmer was a 29-year-old from Oceanside, California. He was known as a very friendly guy and was into surfing. On October 6th, 2011, Cameron was at the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco. Not long after 11 p.m., he was kicked off the premises for inappropriate behavior. He was never seen again. I'm Ed Denzel, and this is Unfound. As some of you may know, I have a background in entertainment. From 1999 until 2009, while I lived in Las Vegas, I did a variety of work on TV shows, films, both independent and mainstream, theater, and crowd immersion productions. The first half of those years were mainly figuratively and literally in front of the camera. I was the performer, the actor, etc. Then the last half was figuratively and literally behind the camera as a stage manager, writer, and producer. Which did I prefer? Well, both have their upsides and downsides, and I'm not really going to get into that right now. However, these days I do enjoy, when the topic comes up, telling people about my unique experiences. I love to tell them about how actors get into their characters, how all that stuff at Star Trek The Experience really worked, and how cool it is to work with magicians. Although for the record, I have never told anyone how the tricks work. And I think that ability for me to tell the public about things they don't know but are interested in has certainly helped me with doing this program. Because on Unfound, you often find out that many disappearances may not be as they seem. And that could certainly be the situation with Cameron Remmer, a young man who frankly was in San Francisco for all the wrong reasons. But you know we don't care about that here. However, because of his motivation for being in the city by the bay, police may not have taken his case seriously. And you're not going to just hear about what you don't know concerning Cameron's disappearance, but you'll learn what the team at Unfound has been doing for 2019 regarding this case, when I take you behind the scenes. And now, summary of the case. This is brought to you by my friend Megan Good's website, charleyproject.org. Cameron Remmer was your typical Southern California kid. He was a surfer and athlete. And if you've seen pictures of him, you probably realize Cameron never had any trouble meeting women. Yet odd behavior started in his late teen years. Looking back now, his family thinks it was brought on by a head injury Cameron suffered while playing baseball, along with playing football. The now well-known affliction CTE has even been mentioned in relation to Cameron's mental instability he displayed at times. It got so bad that he was jailed for a year in his early 20s, being charged with a hate crime. However, Cameron managed to avoid any problems with the law after that, even though for much of that time he was dealing in illegal substances. So, beginning on September 28, 2011, Cameron was in San Francisco to facilitate a drug transaction. He had brought drug paraphernalia known as pens with him, about 700 of them. Cameron also carried $30,000 in cash. A local from the Bay Area was to be paid that money to fill the pens with hash. Cameron would then take those filled pens back to Southern California to sell. He had been to San Francisco many times on drug-related trips. However, this is the first time this kind of deal had been done. So on the evening of October 6th, 2011, Cameron came back to the Fairmont Hotel with the filled pens. He had stayed at the hotel the night before, although there are no records Cameron was to stay at the Fairmont that coming night. The bellman, not knowing the illegal items were part of Cameron's things, took everything from Cameron and put it in a protected area for customer luggage. Cameron proceeded to the bar in the hotel, where many people saw him, including the Fairmont's food and beverage manager. Although Cameron seemed to be slightly high or drunk, he wasn't causing any problems. But he was alone. At some point, though, after 11 p.m., Cameron seemingly got out of hand. Security was forced to kick him off the premises, and Cameron left without any of the stuff the bellman had put away for him. His phone usage ceased at that time. He was never seen again. Cameron is known as one of the San Francisco Five. 5 young men who disappeared within blocks of each other in San Francisco over the span of only a few years. Unfound got involved after hearing about these cases in an attempt to see if their disappearances could be connected. The jury is still out on that point. However, many questions remain in Cameron's case that make it unique among the group. Number 1. Why did the Fairmont Hotel not give up the video for that night of October 6th? And moreover, why didn't the police get a subpoena to obtain the recording? Number 2. Why did a woman who tried to contact Cameron the day he disappeared threaten multiple people, including the police, with lawsuits when they asked her about Cameron and why she called him? And number 3. Why has a security guard from the night Cameron disappeared blocked me on Facebook when I attempted to talk to him about this case? There are multiple possibilities regarding Cameron's disappearance due to his ongoing mental state, not to mention his drug activity. However, what you will hear in this episode may bring in additional theories. The guest for this episode is Cameron's mother, Valerie Sorrells. Unfound news. How was everyone's Thanksgiving? I wish I could tell you how mine was, but I recorded this episode before the holiday happened. I hope the cooking was great, but that you didn't eat too much. Next, it's been a year since my mother died. I cannot even begin to explain how fast the time has gone. Unfound has covered almost 50 disappearances since then, and the last conversation I had with my mother was about Unfound, and I think of her often. I hope she's proud. Finally, the next newsletter will be coming out December 1st. That's my dad's birthday, by the way. Lots to write about, especially updates on many of Unfound's cases. That reminds me, I think another update episode will be coming out before 2019 is over. Probably the last Friday in December. Or maybe I'll make it a New Year's treat. Where you can find Unfound. Unfound supports accounts on Podomatic, iTunes, Stitcher, Instagram, Twitter, Spotify, and Facebook. On Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, please join us on YouTube for the Unfound Live Show. Contribute to Unfound at patreon.com/Unfound Podcast. This week, I need to thank Crystal, Kim, and Tanya. You can also contribute at PayPal, unfoundpodcast@gmail.com. That is also the email address. Merchandise, the books at Amazon.com in both ebook and print form. Do not forget the reviews. Shirts at unfound-podcast.myshopify.com. Cards at makeplayingcards.com/sell/Unfound Podcast. And please mention Unfound at all true crime websites and forums. Thank you. I'm so happy to have on this episode of Unfound the mother of Cameron Remmer, Valerie Sorrells. Valerie, welcome to Unfound.
Thank you. I'm glad to be on your program. Very glad to be on your program.
You're very welcome. The listeners should know that although you're just appearing on the program now, you and I have known each other for a while now, since like the beginning of 2019, right?
Yes, exactly.
We were just talking about that before this interview started, and it's really because of some of these, what I'm calling the behind-the-scenes investigation that myself and a couple other people working with me have done, you know, and kind of getting back to you regarding what we've found. So let's start here talking, as we usually do, about the missing person, and that is Cameron himself. First of all, how many children do you have, and where did Cameron fall in that line?
I have 4 children, and Cameron was the youngest. He has 1 sister and 2 older brothers, but he was my baby.
He was your baby, okay. Did he have those qualities that they say that the youngest child has, or would you say that he was stereotypical youngest child, or how would you portray him?
No, he was pretty much the youngest. He was funny and the comedian at times.
Mm-hmm.
So just kind of an outgoing personality, not shy. I don't think any of the kids are shy, but definitely he wasn't.
Okay, and how did all of your children get along? Were they all very kind of, even though there's 4 of them, very close in age?
No, they're not close in age. He had his 2 older brother and sister were from my first marriage, and then I married again Cameron's dad, and they were younger.
Okay.
So they both, his brother Chris and Cameron are from his father, Bill Remmer.
Okay, very good. And so he was the youngest, and you said he was the funny one, the comedian. What was he into as a young kid? Was he into sports? Was he in, from California? Was he into surfing? What was he into as a kid, like maybe up to 10 years, 12 years old?
Well, soccer, baseball, and football, definitely sports, and the beach, surfing, boogie boarding, surfing as an adult and in high school, a lot of surfing. And he liked to paint. He painted sometimes. He liked art. And music. Loved music.
Okay. Was he a musician? Did he play any instruments, or was he a singer? What was he?
No, he liked to mix tapes for people, or not tapes anymore, but he liked to mix music for people and give that as a gift.
Huh. Like he would take different artists and, like back in my day, I'm showing my age, but cassette tapes, like present people with different, like a tape or maybe a CD with different musicians on it or something like that.
Or, yeah, mostly he liked reggae music, so for me, he made me a reggae music and some other music that he liked that he thought I would like. And he would just borrow my little Apple thing and put the music on it, and it was really cool. Yeah.
Well, that is neat.
It helps me now listening to the music you put together. It has a lot more meaning.
It reminds you a lot of them.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It's his voice.
Yeah. Okay. So he was into music, into sports, somewhat of an athlete. And how about school? What about his education?
He loved math. He's really good in math, but he was a good student. He did well in school when he focused. But he did well in school. He liked math especially.
Okay. And am I to take that to mean sometimes he had a hard time concentrating or focusing on his studies?
I think sometimes he could get distracted, yeah. I could easily say that. But.
Okay. All right. So he's into sports, did well in school. And what about his friends? You said he's a funny guy, a lot of friends in high school, popular guy. How would you portray it?
Yes, he still has a lot of friends. Cameron started showing, which we didn't recognize at the time, signs of bipolar disorder. And I think that was due to 2 significant head injuries. One baseball injury, he was life-flighted to Children's Hospital. And then he had a major football head injury as well. The life flight, I followed up with a lot of tests, but they didn't have tests for what they now call CTE, which is the head injury that Junior Seau had.
Right.
And he had some of those signs. So some of those were coming out in high school, some personality issues.
How would they display themselves? I mean, can you remember as his mother the first time you saw something like that from your son and you said, well, that's interesting?
Well, when he was in high school, I went to the teacher conference, and, the first couple of teachers were really happy about Cameron and really up on him. And then I went to a Spanish teacher, and his Spanish teacher was totally afraid of Cameron and said Cameron would kill him, which I thought Cameron was making a joke, but obviously the teacher didn't feel that way, and I respect the teacher's feelings. And talk to his dad about confronting Cameron about that. So we took him some counseling. I took him to counseling.
But did you personally, of course, what your teachers were saying, but you personally, your interactions with him, your first time maybe that you saw, Cameron's personality or the way he behaves has certainly changed.
Well, and when he was, after the second head injury, injury, there were some signs. But then when he continued to play football, he was showing more signs. And the problem with that was it wasn't anything you could, it was like he stood up a prom date, and his sister and I were horrified about it. They got an address, she was ready to go, and the parent called me looking for him, and he was living with his dad then. I had this big talk with him. What the heck is going on with you to do that to this girl? So that was the first sign, and then there were some signs of depression at different points. But his personality seemed to change right after that, especially the baseball injury.
Can you tell us what the baseball injury was?
He was hit in the head with a ball. He was knocked unconscious. He was life-flighted down to Children's. The call I got from my daughter, and then I called Children's Hospital. We went down, and he was fine when I got there. He seemed fine. He was making jokes. I asked him what his doctor was, and he said, Dr. Kevorkian.
Oh, my.
I said, well, where's this Dr. Kevorkian? And he goes, Mom. And then I got it.
Wow.
But
so was this like a was he batting? Did he get by a line drive? Was he not wearing a helmet? Or
it was a ball that was, I believe it was a thrown ball that hit him in the back of the head. He did not have a helmet on.
Oh my!
And my mother was in town at the time, and she had Alzheimer's, and she didn't want to go to the game, so we took her to a movie. But it was when we got out of the movie we found out that he was life-flighted.
Oh my! Oh my! Okay, and is of your opinion, although I don't think you're a medical professional, is that this started kind of this personality bipolar symptoms maybe of CTE that continued with him from that day until he disappeared, which could have been like 20 years later.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
And his symptoms were getting worse. He ended up hospitalized after a trip to Alaska. In Seattle, when he got off the trip, that's when we realized he had serious mental issues.
Okay.
Was at that point in time.
And when was that? How old do you think he was when that happened?
Oh, gosh. I want to say 24, 25 maybe.
Okay. So still some years before he disappeared.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So he had these issues, but how would you say that he managed them? I mean, do you think he was aware of these things going on?
Well, once he was, I don't think he was before then. I don't think we knew much about CTE, if he has CTE, but he didn't seem to be aware until he was hospitalized. And then we had to have him hospitalized several times after that. It's hard for a bipolar patient to willingly take the medication, especially like Cameron. He has so much energy, and that would bring him way down, and he couldn't stand not having his energy back.
Right.
So it was hard to get him to take the pills.
Okay. All right. So he deals with this. He knows he has a problem. And how would you say that he was taking his medication?
I don't think he was taking it, to be honest.
Okay, at the time of his disappearance?
Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't taking it.
Okay. Did any of these symptoms show themselves as being violent? And we'll get into, he did have a run-in with the police that we have to talk about, but just in general, did this, you said the Spanish teacher was afraid of him, but after that, after high school, did this ever culminate as being violent against others?
Yes, in Santa Barbara when he was arrested.
Okay. Anything other than, though, this time when he was arrested? Just maybe things, maybe family get together, maybe just kind of things maybe got out of control or something.
Yeah, especially if he'd been drinking. There was a shower I had at the beach for my daughter, and he got out of hand at that. Kicked me. Supposedly he was being kidding, but it was hurting. People asked him to stop. I left because he was acting out at this party, and it was time to close it up anyway. And Cameron, turned out he had some more problems after I left. I should have stayed. I didn't.
Okay. And how long was this before he disappeared?
That was a couple of years before he
Just a couple of years. Okay.
Maybe more. I kind of lose track of it.
Okay.
It's been 8 years he's been missing.
Right, it is. Yes, of course. And the listeners should know that we don't talk about these things. I think the listeners already know. We don't talk about these things because we're trying to show, quote unquote, the bad side of a missing person. We talk about drugs. We talk about a person's criminal history, these missing persons, because you never know what could be a factor in their disappearance. And I think that the listeners really need to understand this part of Cameron once we get to the night that he disappeared. So I'm hoping they'll remember everything that you've said here, for later in the interview. Yeah. Let's talk about that incident, his run-in with the police, that certainly got him in some big trouble. Why don't you tell the listeners about that?
He was at a party. It was a big party, and he'd been heavily drinking. He got up on stage and got a microphone, and then people down on the way I understand it, because I was not there. I just secondhand. And, of course, a lot of it came from Cameron. But he said that he was swinging this microphone because people were rushing the stage, and he used the N-word, insane N-word. And they tried him as a hate crime. He ran from the police. Ironically, that night, terrible nightmare that Cameron had killed somebody. And then the next morning, I got a call from the Santa Barbara Police Department that he'd been arrested and that he'd hurt someone.
That he what?
Hit a kid in the head.
He
hurt someone.
He did. Wow.
He hit him in the head with a microphone.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was pretty bad, I guess.
And somebody filed charges, and it was a hate crime because this person was a minority?
Well, the person was a minority, but the person actually, my understanding was he did not file charges. He was, but it was already in the hands with Santa Barbara, and they were already dealing with a number of hate crimes, and they lumped it into a hate crime. Although Cameron's friends are black and Mexican and all races, I mean, he was not that kind of a person.
Okay.
But maybe I never saw that side of him either.
Okay. And so these charges, did he try to defend himself? Was there a trial?
There was a trial. He did get sentenced. He served a year in Santa Barbara jail. He got out a little bit early so that he could attend his brother's wedding, his brother Chris's wedding.
Oh, my. So, I wasn't there. The way you portray it I guess it was a serious crime. Do you think that he got a good representation from his lawyer in this case, or what?
I feel that Santa Barbara wanted to come down hard on anything that could possibly resemble a hate crime, because a few years earlier, when my daughter was in school there, a boy ran his car into a group of people, and that was considered a hate crime, and there were several other things after that. So I think they were pretty harsh on Cameron. The guy wasn't dead. He didn't want to press charges, and he served with a guy who stabbed a guy, and that guy only got 6 months. But he wasn't a student, and the college is there, and I just think that they're really hard on the college-age students for probably good reasons.
Okay. How old was Cameron when this happened?
I don't know. I think he was 20. He had to be 21.
Okay.
But I'm not certain.
So when he disappeared, he was 29. So this was 8 years before he disappeared.
Yep, approximately.
Okay. And ever have any problems like this after that?
He had come here one time to our house, and he was in a cab, and he didn't know who hit him, or he thought the cab driver did it, but evidently he was hitting on this girl at the belly up, and when he walked out of the belly up, her boyfriend hit him really hard, and he didn't know who he was, or all he could remember was our address.
Oh, my.
And he's had other fights, I'm sure, that I don't even know about, but I do know of another one. We were down in Coronado and got a call from him that he needed help. And we left and came up here, and he said these guys are chasing him. It was a drug deal or something. These guys were after him. And I'm going, what kind of drug deal? So it started there.
Okay. How do you think he handled that year in jail?
Stoically.
Stoically. Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting answer.
He kept a straight face. He always told us not to cry when we were there. Some things must have happened to him there. But he wrote me a lot. He wrote family a lot. He really did well. I mean, he really tried to use the time to get better, to do better. And he did take the anger management classes. But again, at the time, nobody knew he had mental issues.
Okay. All right, so he finally gets out of jail, and what does he do with his life for work once he does get out?
Well, he was working in the nursery business. He was doing really well with that. He got himself a place, and he was very helpful with my daughter's kids, taking them to gymnastics, and she had, a new baby, and he was very helpful with her on everything. And just always calling us, always talking to us, always visiting us, always dropping by, plan special events if it was your birthday. Just very super thoughtful.
Okay. But how long was it before he got into the medical marijuana business? He was at this nursery doing that, but how long was it before he got into the medical marijuana business?
Well, I found out after the fact that he was growing marijuana in Santa Barbara, or Solvang, actually, before he got arrested. And he was doing so well because I wasn't sending him money because I thought, I wanted him to ask me for money. And then I asked him, how come you're not asking me for money? And he said, oh, Mom, I'm working. I have money. And I'm thinking, well, where are you working? And that was kind of an evasive kind of thing. And I found out later that he had a big grow operation up there.
Was it illegal? Just to be honest, it was illegal?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sure it was. It had to have been. It wasn't legal in California then.
Okay.
And his dad obviously knew about it because he went up there to his place in Solvang.
Okay.
Still said there wasn't anything going on, but apparently there was.
And what happened to that business while he was in jail? Did somebody else take it over, or did it just go away?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. I didn't even know the extent of it until later.
Okay. But when did he get into what we would call the legal medicinal marijuana business, as it would be described, and of course the laws have changed in California since Cameron's disappearance, but in the late 2000s, 2006, 2007, 2008, when did he finally get into the legal medicinal marijuana business?
It would be, if you don't mind hearing shuffling of papers.
That's fine.
It would be approximately, and I can tell you, because he got in business with the Miller brothers, with his father, and that was a store in Oceanside, and it was just becoming legal. but not state. The state, it was legal in the state, but not
Mm-hmm.
federally.
Mm-hmm.
And that was approximately September 15th, 2011, when the Miller brothers got a cease and desist operation on the Green, let's see, what's the name of it? Sorry. Green Acres or something like that. I don't remember what it was called. But they got a cease and desist letter from the city of Oceanside.
Okay, but how long before that, how long was this medicinal marijuana in business? When did they get a license or however? When did he first start?
They never. Well, I have a cease and desist letter. It's Green Fruit Collective, and it was sent to Daniel Miller, Douglas Miller, and Wendy Miller by John P. Mullen, the city attorney, and co-signed by Annie Perigo, the deputy city attorney, on September 15, 2011, that they did not have a license to operate a business in Oceanside, and they were told to cease and desist. And I think that was not long after, because Cameron was working with them about September 9th on my birthday,
Mm-hmm.
and had not started too much before that, but it could have been even as early as August, maybe sooner.
So they were not in this business very long. He was not in this medicinal marijuana business very long in Oceanside before he disappeared, just a few months.
As far as I know.
Right.
As far as I know.
Right. So Cameron has this marijuana business. Approximately, when did it start?
I think approximately August 2011, only because we received a package from one of the guys that was in Daly City that Cameron went up to see in San Francisco.
Okay, but once again, you were not involved in the business. You didn't. I'm guessing you didn't talk to him about it too much.
No.
Okay,
the only time
please.
I was aware of it was on my birthday when Cameron took me to breakfast, and he had his employee, Zach Perta, with him, and Zach was bragging about how much Cameron had turned the business around, and that's when I knew he had it.
All right, and your birthday's in September, so you found out maybe a month after he started it. What was he doing, to your knowledge, what was he doing earlier in 2011 for work?
He was working for a nursery that his brother also was working for, and he was doing really well with that. So he was doing nursery sales.
Okay. And then he just decided, and like you already said, it was even when he was, even before he went to jail at the age of 21, he was already growing marijuana up in Santa Barbara. So this was not a new business for him.
Correct.
He had been in it 8 years before his disappearance, in fact. 8 or 9 years before
Right.
Okay. But now, maybe in Oceanside, closer to when he disappeared, it may be that he was trying to go more legitimate.
Yes, he was going legitimate.
Okay. And you had already said that a friend of his said that he had turned the business around. And so I guess Cameron was doing fairly well in this business.
Yes, he did. Very well.
All right. Making good money.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any idea how much money he was making?
No.
Okay. Once again, and we should say, you can just, if I can say, you didn't exactly approve of him doing this.
No, I did not.
No, even though it was his father, your ex-husband, he was in the business with him and these other people. It's not like you were involving yourself in the business because you really wanted to have nothing to do with it.
I was against it.
Okay. All right. And strictly speaking, what they were doing legal? I realize at the federal level to this day it's still illegal, but in California, was what they were doing the actual business, not all the paperwork like getting a business license and all those things, but the actual growing and what they were doing, was it legal at the time?
I have no idea.
Okay. And I'm sure there's going to be people who know the legality of that, the status of that in 2011. Of course, people who've been with Unfound for a long time know we covered the disappearance of another man who was involved in the marijuana business, Jeff Joseph, but that was from Northern California up in Humboldt County. But he was certainly doing illegal growing. Although he had been involved in some medicinal marijuana in Southern California, but he ended up having a large grow operation in Northern California. Okay. So he's in this business. He's making good money. Not sure about the exact, all the legalities and illegalities of it. I think that if it was 2019, I think it would be a little clearer that what he would be doing was legal as long as he has a business license, had a business license and everything. But let's just go right to this. When this was all going on, you said you got together with him for your birthday in September. What was the status of your and his relationship? How often did you see him? How often did you talk to him?
He would come over sometimes 2 and 3 times a week. You just never knew when he was coming over.
Uh-huh.
And he called me all the time. He talked to me a lot.
Okay.
So we had a good relationship. And his family, all of his friends and his family, Cameron was really into family and friends and keeping in touch with people and always calling. And I mean, he must have made 100 calls a day.
Wow.
On his old phone sheets, anyway.
Right. Okay. So you like to keep in contact with people?
Yes.
Okay. And so your relationship, you talk to him often, maybe just stayed away from the marijuana talk, I'm guessing, but you and he were getting along fairly well.
Yes.
And how would you say his demeanor, his personality, his mental state was maybe in those couple months before he disappeared? Your opinion?
I think there was struggles because we had some really long talks where he was crying and he was sharing a lot of things with me. He wasn't stable.
Okay.
He was up and down.
Okay, very up and down. Would you say, I would never ask you to reveal any of these private conversations that were regarding his personal life and anything, but anything that you now think back and look at it now, back then, that could have anything to do with his disappearance? With people or anything else. You do not have to use any names. We're going to talk about some people here in a second, but anything that pops out to you that could be an issue.
I'm not sure of the context you mean, but definitely he had people threaten him because, like I said, we came up from Coronado to see what was going on. So there was other things that I wasn't witness to unless he was really in trouble and needed me. Mm-hmm. He would show up here or call for help, but then he'd disappear and not want me to see him that way. So I don't know.
Okay. You said people were threatening him. People were threatening him. He told you that in the months before he disappeared.
Yes.
Over what?
Drugs.
Drugs. Okay. So
Girls,
women, all the things that us guys can get in troubles with. Okay. Do you think that the way you look back at it now, do you think these things were real, or do you think that Cameron might have been overstating the issues?
No, I think they were real. I think
Okay.
I know he got hit in the head. I mean, he didn't know who he was when he showed up in that cab, and I believe he was scared to death when he called me from Coronado to come get him.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you should detail that incident again.
That's when he was hiding in a dumpster, calling me from a dumpster that these guys had knives and they were after him. So,
okay.
That's all I know, because when we came up here to help him and get him, he was at a friend's and he didn't want to come to the phone, and I called the friends and they said, he's fine, he's here, he's okay. He was, I think he was probably cut or something because he didn't want me to see him.
Okay. Did he ever say who these guys were that were after him? Ever use the names?
No.
Did he ever go to the police regarding this?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I doubt it.
Do you think that he owed them money, or what do you think the situation was?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I just know he was afraid.
Okay. Would you say that there were other incidents like this that he talked to you about, or is this just the one that sticks out?
But that one and the one with the girl from Belly Up. His
Okay.
boyfriend hit him when he came out.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to this because these names are going to play a role as we move forward in this interview. We're just going to talk about these people in general terms. And I realize for many of these people, maybe you've never met them, or you've maybe talked to them, but maybe, have never had long conversations with them. Of course, you can talk about that once each name is mentioned. Who is John Caleb Marks?
John Caleb Marks was the gentleman that Cameron last met with in San Francisco before he went back to the Fairmont Hotel. So John Caleb Marks, from what I found out through the police before I called him, was a drug dealer.
Okay. All right. And any idea, once again, I realize you were not in the business, any idea how Cameron ended up meeting, and I think this guy went by Caleb. He didn't go by John, right? He went by Caleb. Am I correct on
Caleb,
that?
yeah.
Okay, went by his middle name. Any idea how Cameron met Caleb in the first place?
Cameron was introduced to Caleb through the Judan and Manuel Judan, who lived in Daly City.
Okay. Let's talk about them next then. How did Cameron know the Judans? I'm guessing their last name is Judan. Is that right? Or okay. How did Cameron know them?
Well, this is after the fact because
that's
I
fine.
didn't know at the time.
That's fine.
But evidently Cameron had been going up to San Francisco several times before this last trip, and he would stay with the Judans. And I got this information from another friend of Cameron.
Okay.
Who also met the Judans and felt threatened by them.
Right.
This friend of Cameron.
Right, and I know who this friend is, but we're not going to mention his name. Okay. So the Judans, he met them when he would go up to California, up to Northern California, and they introduced him to John Caleb Marks. And these people are all in the drug business.
Some form of it, yes.
Some form of it. Marijuana and maybe possibly other things.
Yes. I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever talked to John Caleb Marks or the Judans at any point after Cameron's disappearance? Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. You have talked to them.
I talked to the Judans first, and they were very forthcoming and very jovial about things, and I believe I'm not. I think I actually got the name John Caleb Marks from the Fairmont Hotel because it was John Caleb Marks that paid for Cameron's hotel at the Fairmont. But
okay. Yeah. Okay. So you have talked to them. You had an opportunity to talk to, I guess it's 3 guys in total, about Cameron's disappearance.
Correct.
All right, and we'll talk about those conversations later once we get to that. Who is Brittany Perez?
She was a girl that Cameron came by the house a week before, and they had supposedly just met then, is what Cameron said. And Cameron was acting a little bipolar-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to make sure she felt safe with Cameron because it didn't seem to be acting like she felt safe. And she said no, she was fine, and that they had been downtown, but Cameron was throwing money out the window for homeless people. So that was a red card. And that's when I met Brittany. That's how I met her, through Cameron.
Okay, were Cameron and Brittany an item, a couple, or not?
Cameron said no. Brittany said yes. But Cameron said no, she's just staying with me. She needed a place to stay. She had some kind of trouble and needed a place to stay.
Okay. And was she involved in any way in Cameron's marijuana business?
Yes, she worked for him.
She worked for him. Okay.
I
And
know that then, but yes.
you know that now. And you have had an opportunity to talk to her after Cameron disappeared.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll talk about that later. Who is Whitey?
Whitey, he is a friend of Cameron's, a business associate of Cameron's, and his family owns a smoke shop in Arizona.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Okay.
Cameron was going to go visit Whitey when he got back from San Francisco.
Okay. Do you happen to know Whitey's real name?
Oh, I don't know his name.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe we can include that later, but after in my summation, if you can get that information to me, because I don't have that anywhere in my notes. But you just knew him as Whitey.
Correct.
Okay, you have any idea how Cameron knew him?
No.
No idea. Okay, and you've talked to...
Whitey. I talked to Whitey, and Whitey said he knew Cameron for a long time.
Okay.
I'd gone on several trips to San Francisco with Cameron.
Okay.
So a long time could have been 10 years.
Okay. Okay, and you've talked to Whitey about Cameron's disappearance as well, right?
Yes.
In
on
fact,
the phone and in person.
Right. In fact, because he appears on the phone records for that night, and once again, we'll get to that. We got a long way to go, listeners. And you've mentioned them a few times already. The Millers. Who are they?
They're twin brothers. They're black. They are from Texas. I guess they have some rap sheets, according to the police.
Mm-hmm.
And they owned the marijuana store before Cameron.
Before Cameron came in and kind of turned it around.
Yes.
Okay. And have you had a chance to talk to them about Cameron's disappearance?
No, those dudes are scary. Nope.
Okay,
I
never.
wouldn't talk to them.
Okay.
They scared Cameron's dad. I'm not talking to the Millers.
Okay, what are their first names again?
Dennis and Douglas and Daniel and Wendy Miller are the three that I never talked to any of them.
Okay, and the listeners should know we're going to mention these names later. And there was a guy, his name is Nuke. Any idea what his real name is?
Yes. Roy Gavinsky, something like that.
Okay.
I can spell it. I just can't pronounce it. It's Girtsman. Gavinsman.
Okay.
First name is Roy.
Okay. And he's a guy, most of these other people, the Judans are from Northern California, John Caleb Marks, but Whitney, the Millers, are from Southern California. Nuke, though, is from Northern California, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And have you ever had a chance to talk to him about Cameron's disappearance?
No, not myself. I believe my husband talked to him.
Okay.
He talked to him and felt that he was not as bad as what we thought.
Okay. Overall, so you met a couple of these people in person, but not all of them. You met Whitey, you met Brittany, but not all of these people. In fact, the Millers, you not talked to them at all. Of course, Cameron did talk to you at least about a few of these people. I guess Brittany, for example. Any of these other people did Cameron ever mention before he disappeared?
Well, Zach Berta, who was at the brunch with me and Cameron for my birthday.
Okay.
Zach then.
Okay. All right. He was not one of the people we talked about here. Okay. Do you think any of your other children knew any of these people? Were any of course, once again, the father, Cameron's father, was involved in this. Any of your other children involved in any of this at all?
Not that I'm aware of. I doubt it.
Okay. And to your knowledge, regarding any of the people that we just spoke about, did Cameron ever have any problems with any of them? Any fights? Like you said, some guys were after him with knives. Any of these people, the Millers, any of these people, the Judans, you ever have any problems with any of these people before he disappeared?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that Cameron did.
Okay. That's all you can say is what you're aware of. I'd never ask you to say anything more than that. So let's talk about this trip to San Francisco, because he did not disappear in Southern California, in Oceanside, or any place like that. He disappeared right in San Francisco, not too far from the Golden Gate Bridge. And before we get into this, I just want the listeners to know already, you are not a drug expert or anything like that, before we get into what we have to talk about. But first, did you know he was going to San Francisco before he went?
Yes, he was here with Brittany, and he had asked her to book him a flight on September 28th and to return on that Saturday. I believe that Friday or Saturday of that same week.
Okay.
So then Cameron came back without Brittany and said he was going to San Francisco. And I said, you don't seem like you feel safe. And he said, well, do you think Davey would go with me, my husband? But do you think he'd go with me? I said, of course he'd go with you. He'll go with you. And then when Cameron was to leave, he said, no, that's okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay. So he went to San Francisco by himself.
Yes.
Okay. And so he was going to be up there, from what you understand, for a specific amount of time. And how long again?
September 28th till that weekend. He was supposed to come back on Friday, actually. I remember now. It's Friday, that Friday.
Okay.
To meet his dad and Brittany and fly to Arizona to see Whitey.
Okay. So just a few days.
Yes.
All right, just a few days. Of course, in the end, he ended up being there at least a week, and we'll get into that. Did you know why he was going to Northern California? Was he that explicit with you?
No, I know it so strongly now in my head why he was there, so I don't know. I don't think he shared what he was doing before. I don't think so.
All right, so he said he was going to Northern California, but he didn't tell you exactly why.
No.
Okay, so other people knew, people that were in the business with him, but you personally, you just knew he was going. He could have been going up there for a trip. It could have been anything. Just the way you remember it. Just the way you remember it.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Okay.
Now. I mean, I don't, yeah.
Okay, and so he had a specific day that he was leaving, and you had an idea of when he was supposed to be coming back. So being that you didn't know, you didn't know that he was going up there to meet Caleb.
No.
Or the Judans or any of these people at all.
No.
Okay.
The way I found that out was through his credit card. The way we all found it out was through his credit card receipts, and he stayed at different motels and not in different places. And evidently, according to Whitey, the Judans and Caleb were in those same motels, cheap places in San Francisco.
Okay, but you have learned why he went, and once again, neither you nor I are drug experts, but what have you learned about why he was actually going to San Francisco? Why was he going there?
To take $30,000 in cash to buy these vape pens with what Caleb was going to fill them with, which turned out to be hash, according to the San Francisco Police Department.
Okay. So Cameron was going to Northern California for a drug deal. He was bringing these pens that were empty. He's bringing $30,000 in which he was going to pay for this hash to be put in the pens, and then Cameron was going to bring the whole thing back to Southern California.
Yeah.
Is that the generalities of it? The generalities of it. That's the way you understand it. Once again, you not being a drug expert, me not being a drug expert. And I'm sure there's going to be people out there that after they listen to this, they're maybe going to, tell us our terminology was wrong. But it was a drug deal worth $30,000, and that's the reason he was going there.
Correct.
Okay. And so let me ask you, some questions. What you've learned, once again, since his disappearance. To your knowledge, had Cameron ever gone to San Francisco to arrange some kind of transaction like this in the past? To your knowledge.
Yes, through Whitey, I was told, yes, that he had gone up there for, I don't know that it was the same kind of thing, but he'd been up to San Francisco dealing with the Judans on some level. I don't know what the level was or what they were involved in at that time.
Okay. And so if he was flying to Northern California, is then our understanding that he was flying commercial back to Southern California with illegal drugs in his luggage or something like that? Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. Just once again, it may be something totally different, but in the last 8 years, you've never heard differently than that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it very well may be that he was going to go up there, bringing this cash with him. He was going to pay for all this. And if the listeners want to know, it was like 500 of these pens. You know, not 700, I'm sorry. And if the people want to know, there were 700 pens that he was bringing up there. Sounds like a lot. 700 of anything is a lot. So, and then he was going to take all of this back to Southern California, seemingly on a commercial flight.
That's my understanding.
Okay. All right. Any idea of what the retail value of all of this would have been? It's $30,000 to get it all put together, but of course the retail value is going to be much higher than that. I've not looked it up. Have you ever looked it up?
No, I didn't even know how to look it up.
Okay, I wouldn't. I'm sure I could figure out how to do that, but I've not done it. But $30,000 is going to be a lot of money to anybody, but that's the cost. That's not what they were going to sell them for. And to your knowledge, had Cameron ever gone anywhere, San Francisco or anywhere, and brought back that much of a dollar value in drugs? Once again, anything that you found out since then?
No. Okay. This sounds like the only time, but that's all I know.
Okay. But you have talked to Caleb. You've talked to the Judans. You've talked to Whitey. These people, you've had conversations with them. Not saying they're going to be totally revealing about their business transactions, but on the other hand, they know you know about this transaction now, so maybe, they would open up to you at least a little bit, but they didn't.
Well, Caleb did, somewhat.
Okay, tell me. Tell us.
Not what was in it. Not what was in it. The police told us what was in it.
Okay. But somehow, though, you did find out from someone that Cameron had gone to San Francisco before and done similar things. Right. Okay. The reason, once again, this is not to point out that Cameron was dealing in an illegal business. I think the listeners need to understand what kind of business that he was in, some of these suspicious people that were around him, and the lengths that he was going to make this happen, because I think once we cover what actually happened in the disappearance, I think it's going to point people maybe in a couple different directions. That's the only reason we're talking about it. We're not trying to point out that Cameron was doing something illegal. We're just giving them the circumstances. Your understanding, and you already touched upon this, his lodging while remember, he was just supposed to stay there for a few days, not the week or however long he was there, even longer. But what was his lodging supposed to be while he was in San Francisco?
I thought Brittany got him a hotel room, which is one that he didn't stay at, but I later found out that a lot of times he would stay at the Judans, from the Judans, and this particular stay, he stayed in motels, different motels in San Francisco until ultimately the Fairmont. Okay.
So the way you understand it, did he stay at the Fairmont? And the people should know, the Fairmont, one of the nicest hotels in San Francisco, correct? One of the nicest.
Correct.
Really, nice. Very, very top of the line, top of the line. Did he stay there right when he got there or right before he disappeared?
Right before he disappeared, when the exchange of the pens took place. Caleb brought the pens to the Fairmont the morning of the 6th. And
okay, we'll get into that's fine.
Cameron.
All right, that's fine. We're just trying to establish that he didn't stay there right away, but it is your understanding, though, that Caleb got him the room at the Fairmont. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so
Cameron told me that too.
okay, so Cameron did not spend.
On the 6th.
Okay, he did not spend his own money on that room.
No, he did not.
Okay.
He actually called me on the 6th to ask me if that was the same hotel where his brother had his wedding, and I said yes, it is the same, his older brother.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Cameron and I had a little discussion about it.
Okay. And while he was there, once again, to your knowledge, did he, any of these places that he was staying, did he have a roommate? Did anything like that? Or was he staying in these places all by himself?
I don't know 100%, but they all were staying in the hotels, according to Joe Carroll, the inspector.
Mm-hmm.
That Caleb was staying in one room. I don't know if they were sharing rooms. The Judans were there, and Cameron was there. So possibly, was Whitey with him? Possibly. I never asked Whitey that.
Okay. All right. But he did, Cameron was there a total of how many days? He got there on the 28th and he disappeared on the 6th, so he was there a week, over a week.
Yes, over a week. Yeah.
Okay. So much longer than he originally planned.
Yes, than any of us knew.
Okay, than any of us knew. Okay. So while he's there, the way you understand it, and if you talked to him while he was there, what was it that caused him to be there a lot longer than he planned? And what did he do during this time while he was there before he disappeared on the 6th? How did he fill up that week?
Well, in tracking down phone calls and people and all of our family talking to them, he met a girl, Adrian, at a concert at the Cow Palace. There was some concerts there, music again, his favorite thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whitey saw him there, said he was there also. Cameron didn't talk about the girl. He talked about meeting somebody else, a guy, just somebody we'll talk about later, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, Cameron also did a lot of homeless. He closed out a bank account. He got money. He was giving money to the Occupy people that were there at that point in time. He was giving shoes out, handing out shoes and sunglasses, according to Adrian, and money to homeless and to the Occupy people. So he was studying the people. He was taking videos of them, according to Adrian. We never saw those because we never got them back from the police.
Okay. So while he was up there, and I guess somebody was putting hash in these pens, he was just kind of doing some sightseeing and helping out the homeless, going to a concert, meeting a couple women, just like any guy would do.
Yes.
All right. So kind of once he was just waiting on them. Could it be, do you believe, that the reason he had to stay longer than he maybe anticipated was because it took longer to fill these pens up, longer than he thought? Is that a possibility?
That's a definite possibility.
Okay.
I wouldn't count that one out for sure.
Okay. And you talked to him. You said you even talked to him on October 6th, the day, the morning, before he disappeared. Did you have an opportunity to talk to him any other day before that while he was in San Francisco?
No, I did not.
All right. So the only day that you spoke to him was October 6th.
That's correct.
All right. Did he talk to anybody, once again, people you trust, like, the kids, other family members? He talked to other people while he was there?
He talked to his dad. He talked to Zach, Berta. He talked to Caleb Marks. He talked to the Judans. He talked to Whitey. He talked to Adrian. Those are all on his call log.
Okay.
One of his phones.
Okay. But of the people that you trust, I don't know if we can trust Caleb and the Judans and these other people, but of your family members, overall, how did Cameron sound to them?
I don't believe that he talked to anyone else that I know of. I don't think he talked to Chris or Chelsea or Curtis. He may have. They never said anything about that.
Okay.
But he had 2 phones. So the one phone, he had extensive conversations. All seemed to be business-related people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so he was, it sounds to me like while he was in San Francisco then, he was in contact with his business partners there, the Judans and Caleb, but he was also talking to the people in Southern California, Brittany, his father, the Millers, etc.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he talked to the Millers, but he might have.
Okay.
There's some numbers here that aren't identified.
All right. Okay. And is it my understanding that his trip to come back to Southern California kept getting delayed? So he was supposed to be there 3 days, and then they would make new arrangements for him to come back, and then those would get changed. Or was it something different than that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I just know when Brittany showed up here at the house, his friend Brandon sent her over because Brandon hadn't heard from Cameron in several days after the 6th, and that he was probably missing.
Okay. All right. So we've talked about that week, like you said. Did a lot of things that I think a normal guy on his own in San Francisco would do, and then of course he has this business arrangement that he's seemingly waiting on to complete so he can come back. Now, to remind the listeners, he was only supposed to be in San Francisco for a few days. In fact, you found in your notes that he was supposed to come back on when?
The 30th of September.
Okay. Okay, but he didn't, did he?
No.
No, in fact, he stayed for another week. He was still in San Francisco on October 6th. So, to your knowledge, for October 7th, which would have been the day after his disappearance, is there any proof there were solid arrangements, flight arrangements, anything like that for him to fly back to Southern California?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of. Okay. So if he was coming back the next day, he was going to have to make some arrangement, I guess, and just jump on some flight, hope to get lucky or something like that.
He had told me on the 6th that he met somebody who owned a plane. Well, Caleb owns a plane, I believe. He may not have a plane in his name, but Caleb was one that turned out he was flying down to San Diego after the day I talked to him. But somehow I got the feeling that Caleb had some access to a plane. But Cameron also told me about somebody that was with the Sears family, which could be Caleb, I don't know, that had a plane. So was he planning on taking a small plane back? That would make more sense to be safer. I don't know.
Given what he was going to be taking back, I would agree with you. But do you know if he ever took a private plane, a propeller plane, a private jet, not a commercial jet, ever anything private when he came back from San Francisco, any time that he went there before?
Not that I know.
Not you know of. Okay. So let's move up to the day that he disappeared. What do you know? And I realize you found out basically all of this except for when you talked to him on October 6th. What did you find out that he did on October 6th, 2011?
He said that he had stayed at the Fairmont, that this guy put him up in the Fairmont, and he was in a hurry. He just wanted to confirm that that was the same hotel where Curtis had his wedding, and I said, yes. And he said, well, Mom, I'll talk to you later. I have to go. And then I said, okay. And we said we loved each other. And that was the last time I talked to him.
Okay. What did he do, once again, as much as you could find out, after the fact. What did he do for the rest of the day after he talked to you?
I don't know the interim, but I think that's when he went with Adrian to close out his bank account at Bank of America. He had dinner with Caleb Marks that evening, early evening. He returned. They finished dinner at 7:30, and Cameron returned straight to the Fairmont. Cameron went to the bar, the Tonga bar. He had checked his bags in with the pens with the bellboys the morning of the 6th, and said he'd be back to get it later. Cameron went to the bar. He was showing those pens, some of the pens, to people in the bar. They were getting upset about being confronted by Cameron, and said something to the bartender, and the bartender had asked Cameron to leave and ended up calling security to escort him out. Cameron ran from them in the hallways, but they said he was okay. He was okay. And he was walked out of the hotel by security. He never went back to get his things.
Okay. So you found all of this out, and this is, and the people should know, this is a lot of what I've looked into this year. You know, getting to trying to narrow it down as close as we can as to what actually happened that night that Cameron disappeared, and I'll be talking about this after this interview is over. But a lot of basically everything you just said is what you learned afterwards.
Yes,
when you went up to San Francisco, and we'll talk about, you know, what you encountered when you went out there. But just to be very specific, when you did start looking into this, when you did go up there, you were told that Cameron got kicked out of the Fairmont Hotel.
Yes.
Okay, because he was not behaving the way they would like.
He was bothering people.
He was bothering people. That's what they said. Okay, thank you. And approximately what time did he get kicked out of the Fairmont?
I think it was after midnight. It might have been before midnight, but I think he actually physically went missing the night of the 7th, the early morning hours of the
7th. Okay. All right, so sometime after 11 o'clock of the 6th to sometime after midnight of the 7th, somewhere in there.
Well, at 1 a.m. or...
Yeah, 1 a.m. of October 7th, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, and we'll talk about his phone records once again here in a moment. When did you first find out that Cameron was missing? Who called you? You know, what went on?
Brittany came to the house. She was upset. She said Brandon had not been able to get a hold of Cameron. Brandon's his very best friend. He talks to constantly, every day. And Brandon had not heard from Cameron, couldn't reach Cameron. So there was a fear that Cameron was a missing person. I called my other children to see if they'd heard from Cameron. None of us had heard from Cameron.
And was it your son Chris, who filed the missing persons report?
Yes, on October 11th, 2011.
I'll say. So approximately 4 days after Cameron went missing.
Yes. Cameron had mentioned to me he might be going to Arizona. So to an Indian reservation. He said Whitey was Indian. So I was calling all the Indian reservations looking for him. We were calling all the hospitals, and we finally concluded we could not find Cameron.
Okay.
So Chris filed.
Okay, so Brittany came over. She didn't call you. She actually came over to your place, to your house.
Yes, yes.
So on October 7th, 2011, which is a Friday, she comes over and says, we can't reach Cameron. She was worried about him because they couldn't call him because he didn't fly back. What was her concern?
Well, he didn't call her back. she texted him the night of the 6th, and she didn't hear anything back from him. There was a call, but I don't think she connected with Cameron. So she couldn't reach him. His best friend couldn't reach him. There was no outgoing calls. He wasn't calling anyone back.
Mm-hmm.
So the concern was he's gone missing. Something happened to him, and they thought something bad had happened to him.
Okay.
And what did you think? Did you believe them, or did you think that they were overreacting? What did you think?
I didn't know what to think. I started tracking down what Cameron told me before he left, and that was he was going to meet Whitey in Arizona on an Indian reservation. So I contacted the chiefs of 2 different Indian reservations that were close to the border where Cameron said he'd be, to see if they found Cameron, and nobody had seen him, and they did an alert on that, and then we started calling hospitals, and it was a lot of calling before we decided he's truly missing.
Okay.
And we have to remember, your son Chris, does he live in the San Francisco area?
No,
All
nobody
right.
lives in San Francisco.
Okay, so for him to file a police report, a missing persons report in San Francisco, he had to do that over the phone.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so people, would you say, the way you look back at it now, does it seem that, remember, we just talked about all these people, Caleb, the Judans, the Millers, etc. The way you look back at it now, were they all looking for him, or were only some of those people looking for him? And who was looking for him, of his friends and business people?
Caleb told me when I spoke to him that he had sent the Judans out looking for Cameron. When he sent them out, I don't know when he did that.
Mm-hmm.
But he said he had sent people out looking for Cameron. And my gut feeling at the time I talked to Caleb was the Judans were out looking for him that night. But I don't think that was correct in my thinking.
Okay.
But I don't know. Maybe it was correct.
Okay. All right, so the police get involved, and what do they do? Do they even know where to start? I mean, at that point, did they or you or anybody even know about the Fairmont Hotel? Did anybody know about him getting kicked out? Did anybody even know that on October 7th or even up to October 11th when the police report was filed?
No, I'm not sure at what point we did know that. But we had called, we talked to Joe Carroll, who was the first detective or inspector assigned to Cameron's case, and I was giving him long, extensive notes of everybody that I tracked down, including where videotape could be found, different areas near the hotel and around that area. We pinpointed all the places that had video. I called all the places. My kids called, my daughter-in-law. Everybody was involved in trying to track down any video that caught Cameron. Did he get in a car, that kind of thing. And we didn't get anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you have this Joe Carroll, who is the first detective involved, asking you questions about Cameron. I'm guessing at some point in this, did you have to admit to him that Cameron was up there doing something illegal?
I don't know when I knew that. I don't think I knew that what he was doing was illegal up front when we filed the report. But after, definitely, and we were sharing that. And plus, the police said it was because they had picked up the bag from, not the inspector, but the San Francisco Police Department picked up his backpack, which had all his stuff in it, his sweatshirt and that kind of stuff, his personal stuff. And they said it had hash in the vial.
Okay. Now, at some point then, you decided to make a trip to San Francisco yourself, and you were not alone. Who went?
No, I did not go. My family all went up there, and they put up posters everywhere. I stayed home and babysat the kids, and they were all up there putting posters up. I went up to San Francisco when they had the vigil for Cameron with the other mothers whose sons are missing.
Okay. So who was it then that went to San Francisco? Who went to the Fairmont? And because we're going to get into that now. Who went up there to start doing some research on their own?
Well, Curtis and Chelsea, all of his brothers and sisters were up there. His father was up there. His friends were up there. I think Brandon was up there. I couldn't even tell you all the people that were up there helping. Dan True, good friend of Chris's, good friend of the family, helped us a lot in this investigation. Just a lot of people were up there looking for Cameron.
Okay.
And because of flyers, we had sightings of people we thought were him.
Sure. Yeah, that happens a lot. When did the focus become very precise on the Fairmont Hotel? Did that happen the way you remember it early on, or did it take some time, the way you remember it?
I can't tell you the exact date. I don't know exactly.
Let's just try this. Was it a week later? Was it a month later?
It was a few months later.
Okay.
Okay.
And when did these people, once again, how soon after Cameron disappeared did all of these people go up to Northern California and start posting all of this?
Right after the police report was filed.
Okay.
On the October 11th, so not long after that. Maybe a week went by, if that. I doubt it, because they all wanted to find him right away, because we knew we only had a short window, and the police wouldn't look for him right away until he was missing for at least 3 days.
Okay.
That's what they told us.
Okay. Yeah, they often say that there is no law that says that. But these people did concentrate. They did go to the Fairmont, did they not?
I believe so, but I can't say that 100% at that point in time.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Later, they did for an ID discovery investigation.
Okay, later.
And
okay. So early on, you're saying that the Fairmont was not the focus. They just kind of went up there, just going by what... Of course, you knew that Cameron had stayed at the Fairmont the night before, from the 5th to the 6th. But at that point, you really didn't know that he had done all these things and gotten kicked out of the Fairmont. Is that right?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. Do you specifically remember when the Fairmont became, the concentration of this disappearance? And do you remember when you finally did learn that he got kicked out of there? Because, once again, you did find that out at some time. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember exactly, no.
Okay. All right. But somehow you did learn that. And was that something you learned, or was it something one of those other people learned and they got back to you?
It's something I know I learned because I talked to David Barton, that I thought was head of security. It's who I asked for to talk to. And I got a hold of a guy named Khalid who answered the phone for him, and he told me that Cameron was escorted out of the Fairmont.
Okay. I want the listeners to remember that, because I got to talk to David Barton, is his name, and I got to talk to Khalid myself as well. And I will detail that after the conversation. So you got to talk to Dave. I know that there's a story about the bellman who got to talk to Cameron as well that night that he disappeared. Khalid is actually the food and beverage manager there. And you've already mentioned Joe Carroll, who was the first detective that was kind of looking into this disappearance. When did Ann McKenzie become a part of it?
When Joe exited the missing persons part of the police department.
Okay.
And took over Cameron's case and the case of 4 other boys.
Okay.
That all went missing.
All right. Do you remember, was it Ann got involved later in 2011, 2012? How do you remember
2012.
it? 2012. Okay. And so you said that your sons, your daughter, other people went up there, and they went up there a couple different times to look for Cameron.
Yes, my son and daughter were asked to do ID Discovery Lasting Alive show that they were filming, and they had sent them tickets to fly to San Francisco, where they interviewed security who wouldn't go on camera but did cooperate with the film team. So my daughter and son went up there about probably maybe even 2013.
Okay. So it was over a course of like a year and a half that they were still going up there, doing the show, looking for Cameron, putting up flyers, etc.
Nobody ever stopped looking for Cameron.
Right.
It was full-blown effort from all of his friends.
Okay.
Everyone.
But I guess what I'm saying is none of them lived in San Francisco, correct?
Correct.
All right. So they had to take time off from work, maybe go up on weekends or something like that, and take vacation time to go do this.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the police are involved. They're looking around, and we'll get into probably the biggest point of this case here in a moment. But you're looking for what are you thinking? He disappears on October 6th / October 7th. It's 1 month. It's 2 months. You know, are you thinking back to when he claimed that people were coming after him with knives? Or were you thinking that maybe something with his bipolar disorder? Do you think, what were you thinking?
Well, you think about everything. You think about something happened to him, that something bad had happened to him. So we even had a dog search of the San Bruno Mountain area looking for his body. I thought perhaps he got hit on the head again and he couldn't remember who he was or who we are, or he got fed up with everything and I don't know.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to what we usually call the rest of the case. We're going to jump into some of these things in a lot more detail now. Now, I think probably the biggest point to me regarding this disappearance is the video that the Fairmont had or did not have. What did the police tell you about their attempts to get the video from the Fairmont on the night that Cameron disappeared?
Joe Carroll tried to get the video when I told him to ask them for the video after I tried to get the video. And they had said basically they were saying they had video, but they wouldn't give it to me. And they had that video in 2011, and they continued to have that video in 2012. I noticed in my notes in an email from Ann that she was continuing to try to get the video. They would not release the video to the police, they said. Ann said that, and so did Joe Carroll. They wouldn't release the video because they were trying to protect their clientele at that time.
Okay. At any point, did the police ever give you any reason that they just didn't get a subpoena for it?
Joe told me, and Ann was continuing to try to get the video in 2012 that still was there, that they didn't want to release it.
Well, I know they didn't want to release it. Well, they didn't want to release it, but they could be a subpoena with the threat of jail time. Is there a reason that the police just didn't get a court order or a warrant to get it? Once again, I'm not trying to give you – it's not your business, it's the police business. I'm asking you, did the police ever give you a reason that they just didn't get a warrant to get it?
They made it sound like they could not get it. So that to me meant that's a dead end. That's all I took from that, because I didn't know then what I know now, but they could not get it. That's all they were told. And as far as asking for a subpoena, I even think my daughter-in-law and my son asked them to subpoena the records, but I don't think that anything, I don't know what that came of it from their side of it, but we obviously never got the video.
No, you did not. Okay.
No.
Okay. And I find this interesting because, as I will post before this episode came out, that when this new video system got put in the Fairmont, approximately 5 years before Cameron disappeared, the Fairmont management was bragging how much this video would be able to help police fight crime. That's a true story. That's true. That's true. And maybe that was one of the first articles I ever sent you way back when. And here they are with 5 years later, even less, somebody disappears from their hotel and they don't want to give the video up. I find that to be very interesting. Okay. Next. And who knows what that video would have shown. Maybe nothing, maybe something. And I will comment on it after, in my own discussion, my summation after this interview. The phone records regarding Cameron's disappearance, they are some of the most complete I've ever seen. You sent them to me. Who put together those records that we need to give this person credit? Who put that all together?
Dan True. He was amazing at putting, and that's kind of what he knows and he does it so well. And without him, we wouldn't have found out half of this stuff. I didn't even know that you could listen to anybody with a Gmail account. You can listen to all their phone calls. You can see all their texts. You can. It's amazing. So Dan True did that. He put it all together and really helped us divide and conquer.
Yeah, they're really good.
Different people.
Yeah. And I've talked to Dan a couple times since you and I.
Person.
Sure is, absolutely. Now we're not going to get into all of the phone calls because they are extensive. But probably the most important part is that approximately what time does Cameron stop taking calls, texting approximately that night of October 6th, approximately?
The last call had to be around 11-ish.
Okay.
I'm sorry, not 11-ish, 12, midnight or 1 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
Okay. And if the listeners will remember, you were told, somehow you found out, maybe from the police found it out, maybe one of the people, friends that went up there, your children that went up there, maybe you yourself, you found that Cameron got kicked out of the Fairmont around midnight, 11:30ish, midnight to 1 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
So approximately at the same time he was getting kicked out of the Fairmont, his phone activity stopped.
Yes.
Okay.
Dead stop.
Okay. And who were some of the people? Now, let's talk about this. I think this is noteworthy. He did have 2 calls with Whitey. What were the content of those 2 calls according to Whitey?
Cameron was, and actually we saw the text of it, so it was what Whitey said it was.
Okay.
Cameron called him to get him a hotel room because he was kicked out of Fairmont, which told me he wasn't planning on going back to San Diego that night, and he didn't have any money on him at all, and Caleb told me the same thing.
So you saw this text with Whitey, and Cameron was saying he needed a room.
Yeah, sorry. Whitey got him a room, called him back, and then Cameron said he didn't need the room after all. And Whitey said he heard people in the background talking to Cameron outside at the bar there at the hotel.
Okay.
I saw that one of the transcripts. He could hear the people talking to Cameron.
Okay. So we can take for granted that he was at the Fairmont.
Yeah.
That would make a lot of sense. Okay. And during that night, now what's interesting about that is that on those records, is there something that says that Cameron did try to call another hotel?
Yes, he did try to call another place.
Okay. Do we have any idea whether he actually got a room there? Do we have any information 8 years later? Any news on that at all?
No, nobody. I called the hotels and the motels, the one he called that night even, and nobody's ever seen him.
Okay.
After the night.
Okay. And we had mentioned Nuke before. Was he also one of the people that Cameron talked to that night?
Yes.
All right. Any idea what the content of that conversation was? If you've talked to Nuke, once again, you've already stated his real name, but he's on the records as Nuke. Any idea what they talked about?
Well, the F word was used, and Cameron had better show up, something like that. Not some words that I'm not going to say.
Okay, well, let's put it just in PG-rated language. What was the generalities of this conversation?
Everybody was looking for Cameron. He better get to where he's supposed to be, something to that effect.
So Nuke is saying that the conversation he had with Cameron on the night of the 6th, that was the content of it?
Yeah, but it wasn't about what we thought it was about when we were able to get better information from, just when we saw it on the phone information, it looked like a threatening phone call. But in fact, it wasn't, according to what we found out later.
Okay. So what was the content of the call? Because this is important. This was one of the last phone calls on the records. What did Cameron and Nuke talk about?
It was basically he better get to some place where he was supposed to be, that whatever that was about. But Nuke didn't actually talk. He just left a message.
Oh, it was just a message. Okay. So he's saying the two of them did not talk that night. That's just, they did not talk.
No, they talked on 10:14 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
But that the extent of that call, I don't know what that one was.
Okay. All right. We need
he also called at 9:31 and then again at 10:15. So he wasn't able to reach, Nuke wasn't able to reach Cameron, and then he sent him this message. Whether it was a call he left on voicemail or he texted, I can't remember.
Okay. So there's these people, Nuke's trying to reach him. Once again, Cameron's not picking up the phone, but he is picking up the phone, it seems, for other people and making calls out, at least at that time. And it wasn't until after 11 o'clock that the phone activity really stopped. We need to talk about one more call that was much earlier in the day. And we need to talk about this merely for the fact of the way this person reacted when you talked to her. We're not going to use her last name, but she is a prominent person. She's not a famous actress or singer or something, but she has been on TV. She's been on a prominent interview program within the last 10 years. And I'm just going to use her first name. Her name is Lisa. But you were going through, the way I understand it, you were going through the phone numbers once you got Cameron's records, and there was a number, and you called it. Tell the listeners what happened next.
I called the number that was on the sheets. It was a phone call from a Boston phone number pinging off the San Francisco cell tower at approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon from a Lisa. And I called Lisa, and she threatened to sue me. And I tried to explain to her my son was missing. I was trying to find out what happened to him that day. And she threatened to sue me. So I had Joe Carroll call her, the inspector, and she threatened him with a lawsuit. My son, Curtis, called her. She threatened Curtis with a lawsuit. My granddaughter, Chloe, who was the little girl at the time, called, and she was 10 at the time, and Lisa threatened her with a lawsuit. And she was the reason I felt that the Fairmont didn't want the video released.
That's what you felt. As soon as this happened, that's what you felt.
Well, Lisa told me she had connections with Obama and that I better never call her again, and she would sue me and my family.
Okay.
That was her compassion.
I believe every word you just said. And I will talk about this, although we are not going to reveal this person's name because we don't want sued either. Although I don't believe we can be sued. The truth is the defense of any defamation case. As I as being schooled in that area. She can claim all she wants. We're just talking about the facts. That's all we're doing.
Well, I also was able to confirm she was there doing a lecture right near the Fairmont, so she was very close to the Fairmont doing a lecture.
That is true. And it should be known that on the phone record, she called Cameron. He didn't call her.
That is correct.
Okay.
And she claimed it was a butt dial.
Uh-huh. Okay.
She didn't say that word, but...
Okay. Is the way you remember it, and I've looked at the records as well, does her phone number only appear on the records once?
That I saw, yes.
Yeah, that's the way I remember it as well. And once again, she called Cameron. Now, this is a woman who at the time would have been in her 40s. And Cameron at the time... Yes, and Cameron was 29. The people should know she is single. She has no reason to want to sue anybody because she was cheating on a husband or anything like that. But this is how she reacted when you called her. And even though...
Strange behavior.
And even though you told her that your son was missing, she just did not want to talk even 1 second about the phone call, how she and Cameron met, etc. In fact, she said it was a butt dial.
She wouldn't even talk to the police.
Okay. All right. The listeners can think about that. Now, we can't forget about the reason that Cameron was in San Francisco in the first place. It was to get these pens filled with hash. Where did those, on the night of his disappearance, where did the product end up?
Well, the product still was at the bell desk. It wasn't until 3 days later they called the bell desk, called the police, and the police came and picked it up because of the smell. They said the odor, and that's when they took all of Cameron's stuff.
Okay. And I did have a chance to talk to the bellman who took that product and put it, in there for storage, and I will detail that conversation after this interview. His name is Juan, and he was very helpful. Could not have been good guy. Could not have been more helpful, and I deeply appreciate him answering all my questions. But just to be clear, Cameron disappeared, but this drug product, which was worth at least $30,000, was kind of left behind.
He had some vials with him. That's what he was showing to people in the bar. How many vials, I don't know. Or pens, I'm sorry. He had the pens with him. But I don't know. I know that there were some missing. I think the police reported that they had 671. There had been 700 that morning. So.
Okay. Still, that's a considerable amount.
Yes.
Considerable.
Yes, a big money amount.
All right, and it's sitting in a place in a hotel that would usually just be reserved for people's luggage and clothes and shoes and stuff like that.
Yes.
So these illegal drugs were just sitting there in the hotel being stored. It's kind of, it's almost a little funny to think about, but that's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you said that they took them, finally the police came and got them. And when did you find out that they were finally destroyed?
This year. Of years of trying to get his stuff. I didn't want the pens, of course. I didn't want anything to do with that, but I wanted his stuff, his shirt. I wanted his stuff, and they destroyed it. And they pretty much laughed at me when I asked about it.
So they didn't just destroy the drugs, they destroyed everything?
Everything.
Any clothes and anything else that Cameron would have had?
His laptop, everything. They said they destroyed everything. We'd been trying and asking repeatedly to get it, and they kept telling us it was evidence. They couldn't release it. And then they destroy it.
Okay. And you should know, being that we talked about these two detectives, maybe this is a good time to jump in, is that Joe Carroll worked on this, then Ann McKenzie took over, but then she retired.
Yes.
Right?
And then it kind of went downhill after that. It was considered a cold case, and there was Wendy Bear, but they didn't really ever do anything. the people that did the most are now gone and off the case. And that's unfortunately the history of the missing persons places is just a high turnover.
Right. That is certainly true everywhere, not just in San Francisco, anywhere.
No.
That's the way it is. Okay. So just to kind of, to this point, explain, Cameron is at the Fairmont. He drops these drugs off. They're going to hold them there until maybe the next day. Who knows how Cameron was going to get them back to Southern California. He goes into the Fairmont. Witnesses say he's talking to the customers, maybe trying to sell them some of these pens, maybe some marijuana, etc. You find out that at some point Cameron has a run-in with the security there. He's running around. They kick him out. And that's when he disappears. Of course, his phone activity stops. But in all of this, these drugs that are very expensive are just left there. Caleb doesn't come get them. The Judans don't come get them. Nuke doesn't come get them. Nobody comes and gets them at all. Nobody comes and claims them.
I think the only one that knew they were there were Cameron and the bellboy.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. Okay, listeners will think about that. Let's move on to this. Now, this happened a month later. This was not something that you knew about at the time, but a news story came out in early November, and it detailed that in the story, it says that Cameron came back to the Fairmont a few days after October 6th. When I brought this up to you way early this year, had you ever heard that story before?
If I had, I did not remember it. I don't think the way I remember our conversation was I did not remember that or even have heard that.
Okay.
But there was so much about the case to remember.
Mm-hmm.
You have to.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot. There's a lot. But this is noteworthy because, the disappearance is supposed to be October 6th, October 7th. But here's a major news story in a major publication in San Francisco that states that he came back, that Cameron came back.
But he didn't.
The listener should know I had a chance to track down the guy who wrote the article. You should know that it took a combination of 15 calls and emails for him to call me back. Was not pleased about that. And he could not tell me the source of that information. Now, granted, it's been 8 years, but the guy that wrote the article says he has no memory of who told him that Cameron came back to the Fairmont. I have my own beliefs regarding that, but I'll get into that later. Once I told you that earlier this year, did you ever ask any of your children, anybody else, if they'd ever heard that story?
Yeah, I think Chris had heard it, but he knew it wasn't true. It's one of the things we just shoved out of our head because it wasn't true. Mm-hmm. And I think Chris might have called the Fairmont to confirm that, but they did not confirm. Nobody can.
Okay. Now, earlier we talked about this private plane story. Is it possible that Cameron was going to use a private plane, whether a private jet or a propeller plane, like a Cessna or something? It would make sense given what he was carrying with him. Please detail again what Cameron told you about this.
Well, it was on the 6th, and it was really quick and brief. He said he met one of the Sears heirs, and he had a plane, and I don't know if he was talking about Caleb, because he also said his room was paid for, and he got to stay at the Fairmont just the one night, but, that's all I remember.
Mm-hmm. So 8 years later, you still have no idea if this story is true. There was nothing that, right? No idea.
No.
Okay.
The key thing with Cameron is he could not call any of us. That date, 6 especially, one of his most favorite people in the entire world, of many people though, but especially her, was his sister-in-law, Kim. It's her birthday. And he's very, very close to Kim, and as far as killing himself, I don't think he would ever do that, especially near her birthday. He wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see it. Even as mentally ill as he could be, he wouldn't have done it. It's not
Okay.
good.
All right. But regarding the private plane story, there was nothing that I found that John Caleb Marks is any connection to, unless they were going to rent one. Maybe they had the money to rent one. I suppose you could do that, and that's possible, but
The charter.
to own one or something like that, that doesn't sound to me what I've been able to find about John Caleb Marks, that he would have the money to own a plane or a private jet or anything like that. So I don't know what to make of what Cameron said about meeting someone in the Sears family. I don't know what to make of that. And then on top of that, there's no proof that he ever flew like that before. All right, so Cameron's part of this business, though, in Southern California. He doesn't come back. How do those, the way you remember it, how did everybody in Southern California react when he never returned with the pens and the hash in them?
Well, not firsthand, but through the family investigating things. They were wanting to, he had a roommate, Cameron had a roommate, and they came to pick up, Zach Berta came and picked up the edibles and came to pick up things, and they were looking for the Miller brothers were looking for some kind of paperwork from Bill, and they had called Bill to meet them in Oceanside, and they didn't show up, and they called to have him meet them in Vista, and they didn't show up. And then the third time, Bill was getting kind of afraid of them, it sounded like. I mean, I'd be afraid of him. I don't blame him. To show up to transfer whatever they were looking for. But when I had a conversation with Caleb, he didn't know that the drugs were with the police, and he had a long moment of silence in that conversation when I said, well, the police have the drugs. And he just went silent. So there's a lot of things that happen, and it may or may not have anything to do with Cameron's disappearance, but Zach Berta had announced the next day, on the 7th, on his Facebook page that he was now head of Cameron's company, which I found was kind of strange because he was just the gopher guy, as far as I knew. Maybe he was more than that.
Mm-hmm.
But he all of a sudden has a new responsibility, and the conversation I had with Caleb is that Cameron wanted to deal directly with Caleb instead of the Judans, and he wanted to cut them out, so the Judans were going to be cut out. Caleb told Cameron no, so Cameron could have walked away very disappointed about that. Maybe Cameron had said something to Zach or texted Zach, I don't know, on maybe one of his other phones. That Zach was going to take over. I don't know.
Okay. When you said you talked to Caleb, you talked to the Judans about the disappearance. Did they ever offer up any theories as to what happened to Cameron?
No, none of them.
Okay. And like you said, Caleb did not know that the police eventually got those drugs, and he just went silent. What happened at the end of that silence? Did he say, oh no, or...
He didn't say anything about that.
No?
There were drugs. No.
No?
He wasn't. I don't blame him. He probably thought I was recording the conversation, which I was not, but no. I did ask him why he let Cameron go when he knew he didn't have a place to stay, but he put him up in a very expensive hotel the night before. Where was Cameron supposed to stay? And Caleb's response was, well, I assumed he was taking his flight home that night. But Cameron didn't say that to him. Or he didn't relate that to me in the conversation.
Yeah, the issue, though, is that none of the people that I talked to knew anything about a Caleb. They did not see Cameron hanging out with anybody at the Fairmont that night. Cameron was certainly alone. Certainly.
Yes.
Certainly alone.
Yeah.
So Caleb was not there. The Judans were not there. Nobody else was there hanging out with him. And that's a big, I think, a very important key to this disappearance. But just once again, these people who had been dealing with Cameron for a while, none of them ever offered up an opinion as to the disappearance. Even though you said that they would talk to you and they, would answer your questions and everything, they never offered up a theory.
No, they did not.
Okay. Tell the listeners now about your interaction with Brittany once Cameron disappeared.
Well, I called. Actually, Joe Carroll wanted me to call Brittany and find out more what she knew, and the inspector at that time. So I asked Brittany if I could meet her and talk to her about Cameron and what she thought, who she thought might have harmed him, or what she thought. And she worked over here by where I live. She worked at the fish market, and I said I can just come over there after work and take you to dinner there, or we could go somewhere else. And she says, well, I'll call you. And so she calls me, and she says, well, can you pick me up? But I have a ride, but I need a ride to meet you for dinner. So we were going to meet in Carlsbad. Then we talked about a different place, and we ended up at a different. I changed the place because I felt uncomfortable with her and what she was saying and how she was acting. She had me pick her out way on the back lot, way down in Oceanside, which is east of not even the 78. I don't even know where it was. But I picked her up, and she kept telling me she had somebody who was going to pick her up, so she didn't need a ride home afterwards. And then that was all. She was just really deceptive the whole night in talking to me. She claims she didn't know the Millers before. When I found out later, she did. She could even be the reason she met them. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
She claimed she didn't know them. She interacted briefly with them through helping Cameron. She was just staying with Cameron at that time, but she moved out and got her own place because the roommate couldn't afford to keep her there, nor could anyone else. Anyway, I felt really uncomfortable with her. I felt she was deceptive. I didn't feel she was straightforward in her answers, and I don't know why that was.
Did she ever offer up any theory as to what happened to Cameron?
Not that I remember, no.
Didn't say, well, I think Caleb did something to him. Well, I think the Judans did something to him. I think it had something to do with what he was doing up there. Anything?
No, I don't even know if she knew any of those people, but I do know she knew the Millers. But I don't think she wouldn't have known. I don't know that she knew any of the players in San Francisco.
Okay. And have you had any interaction with her since that time?
No.
None.
She never reached out to me again.
No. Okay. When was the last time you spoke to any of these people? Whitey, Caleb, any of these people?
Oh, gosh. Well, Caleb was in the 2012 January frame, I think, of time. But none of them since. Whitey, we actually came to San Diego to meet with us and talk to us. That was probably in 2012 as well. There's been no, other than when my kids, Curtis and Chelsea, went up with the ID Discovery group, they talked to the Judans, felt very comfortable with them, felt they had nothing to do with Cameron's disappearance. So no contact with any of them.
Okay, for years now. For years.
Right.
Okay.
For years.
Did Whitey ever offer up an opinion as to what happened?
Well, Whitey didn't like the Judans. He thought maybe the Judans were involved somehow, but he didn't have anything concrete. He just felt they were creepy, he said. His words, not mine. I've never met them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But did any of them, I should ask this just to kind of sew this up, but did any of them know about Cameron getting kicked out of the Fairmont? Did any of them know about how his phone activity stopped right around that time? Did that ever come up with any of them in your conversations with them?
It might have come up when we were investigating the names on the calls, which would have been to, we tried to talk to Zach. We tried to talk to this Nuke guy.
Mm-hmm.
The other characters, we chose to have the police deal with them. I don't know what they found, but whatever they did, if they found out anything from those people, they never shared it with me or any of us.
Okay. And as far as the business that did your ex-husband, Cameron's father, did he stay in that business with the Millers after Cameron disappeared, or did that all break down? What happened?
That broke down. No, that broke down. Cameron was actually the driver of all that. I think Bill just got captured by Cameron wanting him to be in business together. But the business continued. We did surveillance of them for quite some time. Watched people coming and going, but we never saw Cameron. We were there looking for Cameron, thinking that maybe he was hiding out because he'd be in trouble or something like that. But we never saw Cameron. I mean, we spent hours and hours in those parking lots looking for Cameron.
Okay. Has your ex-husband, Cameron's father, ever offered up a theory as to what happened to Cameron?
No, he did not.
No? Okay.
His theory, which was just recently, was that Cameron hit his head and he's out there wandering around. He's 8 years of wandering around.
Okay.
Is what Bill thinks.
All right.
Which could be. Could happen.
Well, you know, this is a fact, and sometimes this does have to do with disappearances. The fact is that, you know, many of the homeless people in the United States, the reason they're homeless is because of mental instability. Right. That is a fact. I'm not a I'm not a homeless person's expert, but I know enough about it that, you know, it's not a crazy thought. You know, if Cameron, you know, it's not a crazy thought. It's not.
No, and we found out, you as well, that Cameron was interested in homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was donating to them. He was interested in them. He was filming them.
Yes.
He may very well follow Bill's suit, and I hope that's the case because I desperately want Cameron to be alive and that he walks him home one day and says, "Hi, Mom."
All right. That's right.
I'm here.
That's right. Of course. And surely that's why we talked about, you know, early in this interview that's now 2 hours long, that's why we spent so much time on his mental state, going back even to his teenage years. You've talked about how he got hit in the head and had to be life-flighted and these outbursts that he would have, and, you know, et cetera, and how, you know, maybe it's bipolar, maybe it's CTE. It very well could be that, you know, this took over him that night. It's possible. Surely possible.
It's one of the things that keeps me going.
Yeah.
Is thinking that, like Bill, that he doesn't know who he is. And he's lost.
Mm-hmm.
And why we keep looking. And we follow up. There's been other people thinking they saw him. There's a lot of people that keep looking for him. And we follow those up, and we appreciate them. We appreciate the people that have taken the time to try to connect us with our son. And it's, even though it's heartbreaking and it's not him, in some cases it was someone's son, and they did get reconnected. In one case, it saved the boy's life. So everything that's been done by everyone that's helped us is appreciated immensely.
I know it goes without saying that this has been very difficult for you. It is for every parent, every person that's on this program. It's difficult, for them. How have your children dealt with this? Your daughter and your two sons. Of course, they've done a lot of work regarding his disappearance. They've never stopped looking, and of course, going up to San Francisco a couple times. How have they handled this over the last 8 years?
They have families and they have busy lives, and it's hard on them. It's hard on all of us. It's like it doesn't go away. There's no closure, even when you get closure, to be honest. Even if we know Cameron's dead or he's alive, and if he's alive, there's closure because we have him back. But when we don't have him back, and it hurts all of us. It hurts every family member. It hurts his friends. It hurts people all of my family, of course, my extended family, his father. Now his uncle's dead. His uncle died this last year. He doesn't know that. I mean, there's just been his uncle, Bill's brother, his father's brother. I mean, it's just super hard. And it's to the point where you don't want to talk about it anymore. They don't want to talk about it anymore. Bill does. Bill and I can. We do. His brother does sometimes. Both of his brothers, his sister, yes. We all talk about it, but we try to stay on focus with, like, Thanksgiving's coming up, and yes, he's missing, and he's not going to be there with us, and Christmas is coming up. I still have his present from 8 years ago ready for him when he comes home. It's just hard.
Yeah. As I've already stated before during this interview a couple times, there's going to be an extensive summary by me, a summation, a dissertation almost on what I've done this year regarding Cameron's disappearance and all the other people who we haven't even mentioned in this. Chris Handasides and Dan Inouye, where some of those names are going to pop up, and these are things listeners need to understand that. When I talk about them, even though we didn't talk about them in this interview, that Valerie already knows everything there is to know about, she's the first person I would talk to after I got the information. So I don't want anybody to think when I talk after this interview that Valerie's going to be hearing any of it for the first time. In fact, she's heard it multiple times. We thought it was just easier for me to just do that on my own since I did find these things out and then just report back to her. Valerie, do you have...
I want to thank you. I want to thank you.
You're very welcome.
You did find out. Yeah, and all your efforts and everything you've done. I mean, it's amazing what you've been able to find out and pointing us in the right direction, I think, for sure.
Well, you're very welcome, and it's not going to stop just because this episode's coming out. This is going to continue. And in fact, I'm hoping by putting this episode out, we can get other people involved in this because we've just run up against a couple brick walls that I'll be talking about, after this interview that you, of course, already know about. But I'm going to be very explicit about how at least one person in particular has been avoiding me. And I get suspicious when people do that because all I'm looking for is the truth.
But avoided me too.
Yep. Avoided you too, and the listeners are going to know who that person is because it's factual, and this person's just going to have to live with it. Do you have a Facebook page or website, anything set up for Cameron's disappearance on Facebook, anywhere else?
There's a California Missing 5, which Cameron is part of. There's 5 other boys, total, including Cameron, that all went missing from San Francisco.
Yeah.
4 of us shared the same caseworkers, Joe Carroll and Mackenzie. None of our sons have been found, but it's California Missing 5. If you just type Cameron Remmer in anywhere, you'll see a lot of stuff show up.
That's true.
There's a lot out there. There's, of course, the San Francisco Police Department. If anybody knows of anything, the Missing Persons Department in San Francisco, that is also out there on the website. for any of our boys that have gone missing, and I'd like to name them. Jackson Miller, Christian Hughes, Chris.
If I might help you, Sean Seedy.
Yeah, Sean Seedy, and my brain is gone. I'm so tired. Sorry.
And one of them has the last Dickerson.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dickerson.
Sean Dickerson. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
And the reason I know them is because I've talked to a couple of their parents as well, their mothers as well. Jackson Miller's mother and Sean Dickerson's mother. I talked to both of them, and I hope to have them on the program at some point in the future too. Yes.
And the San Francisco Police Department number is 415-558-5508. That's
okay, great.
415-558-5508. And San Francisco Missing Persons Department.
Great. Okay. Valerie, any final words before we complete the interview portion of this episode?
I just thank everybody, you included, in the support that our family's been given. And I thank our family for hanging in there to continue to look for our son, brother.
Very good.
So, thank you.
You're very welcome, and I appreciate you being on this episode of Unfound, Valerie.
Thanks, Ed.
You're welcome.
And that was my interview with Valerie Sorrells, mother of Cameron Remmer. I thank her for joining me and all of you on this episode. I also want to thank her for putting me in contact with many people who helped me put the interview together. This is not going to be your usual Unfound summation where I only speak for 3 to 5 minutes, maybe even 7 minutes in some cases. This is a very long summation. In fact, on my computer, it's 11 pages long in the doc file that I typed out. So I would get comfortable. And I'm going to say that you may need to go back and listen to the interview again once you hear everything I have to say about what I discovered during the course of 2019. But like usual, I will be doing hardly any theorizing. I'm just going to tell you what I discovered and what I experienced, much like the Stephen Kocher episode from August of 2018. But what you'll hear here is much more in-depth. I hope this summation will give you a good idea of how you can go about discovering information about a disappearance you're interested in. I will not be telling you about every time I informed Valerie of something I found. Suffice to say that we have talked several times in 2019. So let's get started. The first big question, maybe all of you are wondering, is why Cameron Remmer? Why did I, along with some people who also helped me with Unfound, why did we take such a deep interest in this particular disappearance? What caused me to make the decision to go that extra mile and put in almost a year of looking at some of the details of his disappearance? Why not somebody else's? Well, it kind of went down like this. First of all, I came across the San Francisco Five, and you can find a few articles written about them. The San Francisco Five are Cameron Remmer, Christian Hughes, Sean Dickerson, Sean Seedy, and Jackson Miller. These are 5 young men who disappeared over the course of about 5 years, and they disappeared in the San Francisco area, all within a few blocks of each other. Now, anytime you see something like that, you can't help but think, what's going on here? What is this? Just some sort of statistical anomaly? Or is there a serial killer there? Did any of these guys know each other? And that's what originally got me started. So the original plan was to see if all 5 disappearances could be related. Once again, is there possibly a serial killer there? Could all of them have jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge because it's not too far away from where they disappeared? At the beginning, I was open to any and all ideas, just trying to gather information. Well, I spoke to Jackson Miller's mother first, and I'm not going to go into all of the particulars that I learned from her about Jackson's case, and I want you to know that we talked about Jackson's disappearance extensively, and I would still love to cover his disappearance in the near future. But in talking to her, what I quickly decided is that Jackson did not jump off the bridge. All right? And for reasons that I will get into later, and the reason I think that none of these young men jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. So once I had talked to her, gathered up the information, tried to get in contact with any family members of these other 4 young men. Frankly, Sean Seedy's family was unresponsive and still is to this day, despite Valerie putting in a good word for me. And I've not spoken to anybody in Christian Hughes's family either. However, after I started talking to Valerie, I did get to speak to Sean Dickerson's mother, and I'm not convinced that he went off the Golden Gate Bridge either. Once again, I'm not going to get into the details of that disappearance, but in talking to her and taking the notes from that conversation, I see nothing similar between his disappearance and Jackson's or Cameron's. So in my opinion, of the 3 families I've gotten to speak to, Jackson's, Cameron's, and Sean's, I don't see any similarities between them. So I'm inclined to believe they're not related at all. Once again, always being open-minded to new facts that may come in. But actually, after talking to Jackson Miller's mother, I actually spoke to Valerie second. So getting back to her, I reached Valerie. And after our conversation, she sent me in the mail a stack of information. In fact, what she told me back at the time is, I have piles and piles and piles and piles of notes and everything else. And she goes, do you want me to send it all to you? I said, well, first of all, whatever you're going to send me, make sure it's just copies. Do never send me originals of anything because I don't want to lose something that could be important. And then what I told her, I think the way I remember it is that I told her, we'll break it down to I don't know if it was 20 or 30 pieces of information that you feel are most important, make copies and send them to me. And you can just take for granted that she had a lot more information than that. And she did. And these are, what she sent me were copies of notes that she took going back to 2011 and into 2012. And once again, she sent me only a portion of what she has. I still don't have what other information that she had. I think that over the course of this year, I've been able to kind of flesh out the rest of the information without her actually having to send me copies of it. Granted, I will admit, and I think she knows this now, and I'm not criticizing her, but I think what eventually we figured out by going through some of the notes is some of the notes that she had taken at the time were wrong. And I'll get into that during the course of the summation. So it wasn't just me discovering new information. It was actually correcting information that were in her notes. That I looked into these things and found out some things that she was just a little off on. And once again, that is not a criticism. But certainly, all of the information put together gave me a good place to start. And so she sent me the notes, and I started going through them, and we started having a discussion about them. What does this mean? What does that mean? I just didn't take the notes and then not call her back. It was in her handwriting, and sometimes maybe a few things needed to be deciphered, etc. But once again, in looking through everything, just this preliminary investigation that I did with her notes, I decided that Cameron didn't go off the Golden Gate Bridge either. Now, why is this important? Because where all of these young men disappeared is within walking distance of the bridge. And the reason that I decided that none of these men went off the bridge is I ended up watching a documentary that was made back before any of these guys disappeared. I think it was made in 2007 or something like that. it was a documentary about people who went off the bridge. And in fact, they interviewed a guy who tried to commit suicide off the bridge, went into the water, and he was one of the very, very few people who survived. And he's interviewed in this documentary, and you can find it on YouTube and elsewhere. And they interview families who lost loved ones who jumped off the bridge, and they have video of some of these people jumping off the bridge. It's a very morbid documentary, but of course I had to watch it, and I learned quite a bit from it about the mentality of the people before the reason they did what they did, how they were acting before, what was going on in their lives, what the family members were thinking. You can watch that documentary and decide that for yourself. But some things, what my notes say here is that I saw nothing in Jackson's or Cameron's cases, and I don't think that I had talked to Sean Dickerson's mother yet. There was nothing that caused me to think they were like the people who eventually did jump. That's my opinion. I'm not a psychiatrist or anything, but that was the thinking that I still have to this day. So to simply answer the question that began this section, why Cameron Remmer? And it was because once I started getting into the notes, and once I was able to see the phone records, which once again are the most complete, detailed phone records I have ever seen, and I've seen a lot of them over the last 3 years, easily the most detailed. What I could not get out of my head is that it's very clear that Cameron Remmer, his phone activity stopped almost at the exact same time that his family was told that he was kicked out of the Fairmont Hotel. Something that I could not deny, and that sort of combination of facts that seemingly aren't connected but seem to be connected is always going to get my attention in any case that I cover. I start thinking, is that a coincidence? Is there a reason for that? And so that is what got me started. And just seeing that and seeing, and doing searches for Cameron's case online, that was never written about anywhere. Why that is, I don't know. Maybe people didn't have access. Maybe the family's not given access to the phone records to people who might write about Cameron's disappearance. I don't know. But what I quickly found out is I was looking at something that had never been put into the public sphere before. And I thought, well, if I'm going to put this out there, I better start, looking into what that could exactly mean. I've never been to San Francisco, so I've never been to the Fairmont Hotel. I don't know anything about it, so I had to learn a lot about the hotel and about everything. So that's where I started. But it was the combination of the information saying that he got kicked out at sometime after 11 o'clock on October 6th, and his phone activity stopping right around that time, that said, you know what, we need to get to the bottom of this before we could ever cover this on Unfound. That is not something that I could just let hang out there, then do an interview with Valerie and just, leave it out there. It's just too big of a hole in a story, too big of a glaring piece of information. It just felt it needed to be resolved, at least try to be resolved, before I could ever do an official interview with Valerie. So the next step was, well, what does that mean? What does it mean that he was, and the reason that the family knew he got kicked out is because they went up there when family members did go to the Fairmont. Somebody there, who I'm still not sure, you should know, told them that, yes, he had gotten kicked out. He had been running around. He'd been doing this. He'd been doing that. And then he had to be escorted off the property. That's what they were told. So I had to figure out, could something have happened at the Fairmont? Or is the Fairmont covering something up? Or Could Cameron have gotten picked up as soon as he got kicked out? Maybe he got in a cab. Maybe he got picked up by one of his drug buddies and something happened. Maybe they were complaining about the payment or whatever, and somebody did something to him when they picked him up and they got rid of his phone, shut it off. Could he have had one of his mental episodes and run off and thrown his phone into the sewer? Did he have some sort of paranoid episode? And that's once in a while been a topic on Unfound, that particular mental state. And could he have just thrown his phone into the sewer and ran off into the streets of San Francisco? So I was very open to different ideas regarding this. I didn't automatically default to the Fairmont did something to him. I didn't. So I just took it for what it was. A couple of pieces of information, and what does that information mean? Of course, in all of this, I had to figure out, how do I get closer to the truth? What if, answering these different questions, looking at these different possibilities, how do I rule one in? How do I rule something out? It's a hard question, especially when the disappearance is over 7 years old, and there's really, despite Valerie's notes, there's not a ton of stuff to go on in these directions that I want to go. So I continued to talk to Valerie and take notes from our conversations, and I continued to look over the information she sent me. And the good news is that she had names in the info, people that I could track down, people that she, not her, but her family members, one of her sons, a daughter, some other people who had gone up there and talked to people and had written names down. That was the good news. And she was also very able to give me the very detailed phone records that I've already talked about, that I got to peruse, and people's names are by the phone numbers, and it's just not a little section from October 6th or October 5th, 6th, and 7th. The phone records go way back into September and then go up until like October 11th or something like that. So you could see, even after he disappeared, people were trying to text him, call him, trying to figure out, where he was. And I also had the names of the detectives that we now, that you now know that were mentioned in the interview. At some point, and I don't remember when, though, in learning about the detectives and the police, I'd also learned that by that time that the Fairmont, as we talked about in the interview, had not given the video to the police. And that's an issue that's still a concern. So I start thinking, well, why would that be? And this is not something that Valerie, of course, knows firsthand. Back at the time, that is what the police told her. Both Joe and then after Ann. So, but unfortunately, and this is one of those things where no person ever thinks that they are going to get put in this situation. And of course, years later, Valerie and the other people in Cameron's family can look back at this in hindsight 2020, and it's like, well, why didn't we push the police harder on the video stuff? Why didn't we do that? Well, whereas for me, 150 cases of experience, I start thinking, well, why is it that your average 7-Eleven will just give video to any cop that just walks in? But on the other hand, the Fairmont, that has this very sophisticated video system, that when it was installed in 2007, there was a news article written about how it's going to help the police, that they will be able to help, enforce the law in that section on that block, because they have cameras on both the outside and the inside. And by the time you're hearing me, I will have posted that video or that article for all of you to see on Facebook, both in the group and on the page. So, so I learned about the video not being given, but on the other hand, and I can criticize the Fairmont for that, but on the other hand, I'm wondering, well, why didn't the police subpoena it? It's this question I still don't have answered, but it was a concern. It certainly started pointing me in a direction of, well, that could certainly cause me to think something happened at the Fairmont if they don't want to give up the video. And the explanation I think the family got at the time, as Valerie talked about, was that, well, they're trying to protect the privacy of their residents, of the people who come and stay there, of their patrons, of their customers, because the Fairmont is a very upscale hotel. This is what they told the family. Now, I don't think that explanation would ever work with the police, but we don't even know if it got to that point. We just don't know at this time. Now, of course, that was the good news. The bad news, and this is once again not a criticism, is that, as I stated before, some of the information Valerie had written down was not correct. She had at least one last name wrong, which kind of sent me down a rabbit hole for a while. But eventually we were able to figure some of those things out, but it was a delay. It did cause me a delay in moving forward. But overlooking everything, what I finally decided was the best way to figure out where to begin is to talk to somebody in security. If we're going to believe that Cameron got kicked off the property, well, then let's talk to somebody in security. Is anybody who was working there at the time in 2011, does anybody still work there? What is the status? What kind of security team do they have? How many people on duty at once? Nothing. This is things I had no idea at the time. So I figured, well, let's see if we can figure this out. So before I get into that, though, you should know some of the people, though, that I eventually did talk to. And then we'll get into what went down with going the security direction. Chris Handisides, Handisides. He was a guy, and I will tell you exactly how I ended up finding him here in a moment, but he was a guy who was working in security at the Fairmont at the time that Cameron disappeared. I spoke to him, and I continue to speak to him. Khalid Muhammad. Now, this was one of the mistakes that was on Valerie's notes. She thought that he was in security. He was not. He was actually the food and beverage manager at the Fairmont at the time, and he did have interaction with Cameron the night that Cameron disappeared. I was able to track down Khalid. I had a pleasant conversation with him, maybe going back to June of 2019, something like that. He does not work at the Fairmont anymore. Actually, he has his own restaurant in San Francisco now. Congratulations to him. And I got to speak with him, and I will tell you the contents of that conversation in a moment. I got to speak to David Bolton. This was another one of the issues. In the notes that Valerie sent me, she had his name as Barton, Barton, when really his last name is Bolton, Bolton, like the singer or the character from Office Space. Was able to track him down, and wouldn't you know, he still works at the Fairmont in the same position that he had back in 2011. However, back in 2011, my understanding is he had just started there not long before Cameron disappeared, maybe a month before, something like that. What I also learned at this point, something that Valerie, nobody in her family knew, but I found it out, is that the security people who work there, the people on the floor, are not the Fairmont employees. That is a contract. It's a contract that's bidded out. And at least since 2011, the company that has been responsible for security at the Fairmont is a company called First Alarm. And so David Bolton doesn't work for the Fairmont. He works for this company, First Alarm. However, there is a person in management at the Fairmont who oversees, of course, the security, who actually gets a Fairmont corporation check. And this person oversees the people who are actually on the floor enforcing all of the Fairmont's rules. Okay, and I'll get deeper into that in a bit. I spoke to Juan Baisman, Baisman. He was the bellman the night that Cameron disappeared, and he had some interaction with Cameron. I got to talk to him once again back in the June to July. It's been a while. June, July of 2019. I also got to speak to Adrian. I was able to get her phone number off of the phone records. There was very detailed phone records. And this is a girl that Cameron met while he was in San Francisco. Once again, spoke to her early in the summer of 2019. And we did not have a long conversation, but maybe less than 15 minutes. And I've just listened to that conversation again recently. And we talked about Cameron. I will detail that conversation in a moment. And what I also did, I was able to just kind of an experiment. I tracked down a random former Fairmont employee who was working at the Fairmont at the time. Didn't care what department they were in, didn't care how long they were there. All I needed to know is they worked at the Fairmont in October 2011. I actually tracked a woman down. She worked in what we would call the back of the house. I think she worked in accounting or something. And I introduced myself. I called her. And I think I don't know if I left a message. Either way, we talked. And I just identified myself. And I asked her, were you aware back in October 2011 that a person staying at the Fairmont disappeared from the hotel? Were you aware of that? This young woman was not aware of that at all. In fact, she had never even heard of Cameron Remmer. Now, what that told me is that Cameron's disappearance was not big news at the hotel. It was not something that made it through the grapevine to every department, to every floor, to every employee. That's what it told me, which I thought was fairly interesting. You can make of it what you want. But she had never heard of Cameron Remmer, even though he's been in the paper a few times since 2011. His disappearance has been written about. And I think as soon as she talked to me, she started looking up, what it was all about. But I thank her for talking to me, even though I just called her out of nowhere. And once again, I will detail the conversations with some of those other people much more in depth in a moment. So getting back to me going the direction of security, looking for people. And at this point, at that point, when I decided to do that, I didn't know that David Bolton still worked at the Fairmont because I thought his last name was Barton. And because I really didn't have a lot to go on, and I still believe this to this day, that some people may not want to be totally forthcoming if they're still working at the Fairmont. And I'll once again talk about that in a bit. So what I started doing, if you can imagine it, I started going on to LinkedIn, Facebook, etc., and trying to find anybody who used to work in security at the Fairmont. If they had it in their resume, I was looking for it and doing all sorts of different Google searches and just plowing my way through it. Not the most efficient way to do it, but I thought if I could find some people in security at the Fairmont who worked there in 2011, maybe they can give me some insight. And especially since they don't work there anymore, they will be able to maybe speak freely about the processes and the way security is handled at the Fairmont. And you should know the Fairmont, I've been told that Barack Obama stayed there a few times while he was in San Francisco. Many other famous people, politicians, actors, athletes, stay there. So the security is used to dealing with people who require an unusual amount of privacy and security. Well, I was still wondering who David Bolton was at this time when I got very lucky. I came across Chris Handasides, a person that I've already mentioned. I came across him while I was trying to find out who actually David Barton/Bolton was. And here's how that happened. I came across somehow a now defunct website from like 2009, 2010. And I would describe it as a kind of San Francisco earthquake preparedness site. And what it was a list of major businesses in downtown San Francisco. and the contact people at each place should an earthquake hit. And the Fairmont was on there. And beside that, just to show you how out of date it was, Chris Handesides' name was the contact person at the Fairmont. But as I would soon find out, he hasn't worked at the Fairmont since not long after Cameron disappeared. So the write-up on this site, and I'm sure you can maybe do a Google search now and find the site that I'm talking about. And he was the contact, Chris Handesides. And I thought, well, this is interesting. And so I started looking up, and I quickly found out that he was not working there anymore. And his last name is fairly unique. And I thought, well, I'm probably going to be able to, at least, luckily it wasn't Chris Smith. So I thought, I probably have a pretty good chance of tracking this guy down. I don't know if he's going to talk to me or not, but it's at least something. Because even a name like David Barton / David Bolton, it's not like John Smith, but it's still a common name. You do a search for David Bolton in the United States, there are a ton of them. Whereas there aren't many Chris Handesides. Well, I discovered that Chris was on Facebook. Doesn't get more convenient than that, and he didn't work at the Fairmont anymore. And I found his profile, and I will admit I don't know if I've ever told him this, but if he's listening to this, he's going to find it out right now, is that I was fairly suspicious of him. Because what I found out about Chris is that he had worked in security for many years, over 10 years, by the time 2011 rolled around. And then he quit security not long after Cameron disappeared and has never gone back to working in security again. In fact, the job right after that he got, and I found that out on my own, Chris did not tell me this, is it was something that had nothing to do with security at all. I have to admit that may be a little suspicious that a guy would devote all those years to security, and then after somebody disappears while he's working there, he goes into another line of work. I think anybody could understand my thinking on that. Well, I eventually contacted him, and emailed him, or messaged him. And you know how it is on Facebook. If you're not friends with somebody, it doesn't pop up as, a message waiting. Well, somehow he eventually did see my message after, I'm thinking I sent him a couple different messages, but eventually he did get back to me and we talked. And one of the first things that I remember we sorted out was that, and he was very forthcoming, and I still believe that to this day. He's been very, very helpful. Was that he corrected me on the last name. It was David Bolton. And then he continued. He also informed me that he believed that David was still working at the Fairmont. And Chris was correct about that. And I will tell you about my conversation with David in a moment. So we got that straightened out, which was, a fairly big deal. But probably the biggest piece of information that came from Chris, it was especially helpful since Chris was working there the day on October 6, 2011. However, he got off work at 11 o'clock that night, right around the time that Cameron was there. However, Chris insists, and I believe him, that he had no interaction with Chris. By that point, he was not a guy who was out on the floor walking around. He was more of a supervisor, as David Bolton was and is. So he had no interaction with Cameron at all. But the biggest thing that came from Chris in talking to him was after he was able to tell me who would have been on duty in the graveyard shift, I guess from 11 till 7 in the morning, something like that, for that night. After thinking back through it, thinking back to that time, he gave me one name that ended up not being correct, but then he corrected himself and gave me another name, and I think this time he actually gave me two names. One of the names it turned out not correct, and then he was like, oh yeah, no, it was this other guy, and we'll get into that in a moment. And at this point, I'm going to reveal this is going to be new information that has never been released in Cameron's disappearance. And I'm going to tell you right now the two guys who were on duty in security at the time that Cameron disappeared. These, and this is from Chris himself, and this is something that I've been working on that I will get into. The first guy's name is Dan Inouye, Inouye. The other guy's name is Steve Cannon. So, if it is true that Cameron got kicked off the property, these two guys are the guys who would have done it. Why this is also important is that nowhere in any of our notes did Valerie have these two guys' names written down. In fact, when I told her the names, she had never heard of them before. Ever. She had never heard of these two guys before. And when she went, or when her family went there and was asking, these two guys' names seemingly never came up. But Chris is almost 100% for sure that these two guys were working that night. And now, right now, here as I do this recording on November 23rd, 2019, I am 100% sure that these two guys were working that night, and I will get into that in a moment. But what Chris remembers about that time, and as I said, he did not work at the Fairmont, and he eventually did tell me why he got out of security, why he stopped working, and that's nobody's business but his own, but that did come up. And it had nothing to do with Cameron's disappearance, had nothing, it was just something else. But the way Chris remembers it is that he did not hear about Cameron's disappearance immediately. It was not until a few days later that became an issue, and it was really when Cameron's family started coming around. However, you should know, Valerie never heard of Chris. Chris, the way he remembers it, and I guess the way the family remembers it, they never ran into each other. It sounds to me like when the family finally did go up to San Francisco, started questioning what went on, either Chris wasn't working there anymore or he just wasn't there when they were there. Because the only name that in security that the family had was David Bolton's. And once again, Chris and David had the same job. David was on one particular shift, I think, and Chris was on a different shift. So it sounds to me that, once again, either one of those two things happened. Either the family showed up when Chris wasn't there, or Chris had already left for another job by the time the family was up there. Chris said that he never, even though when he found out about it, he did not really think much about the disappearance at all. Never heard about anything weird from that night. Nothing ever got through the grapevine. None of the guys who worked on the floor, like Dan or Steve or anybody else, ever said anything about it. He really knew nothing about it regarding the disappearance at all. And he was not aware, of course, that, as I eventually told him, that the phone records show that Cameron's phone activity stopped right around the time that Cameron was removed from the property. Okay, of course, Chris thought that was interesting, but still to this day, he insists that when he eventually did find out about Cameron going missing and everything, in no way did he think that anything happened at the Fairmont. He never heard about security, his co-workers ever having to kick anybody out. Nothing like that. I did ask him, though, and you know how I have to ask these tough questions. I asked him if he thought something could have happened on the Fairmont premises. Could it be that a couple guys got too rough with Cameron and something happened and they covered it up? He really had no comment on that. He had no idea, but I think, he never contemplated that and never crossed his mind. But I think his overall idea is that, that's not really the kind of security that they have at the Fairmont. These guys are not bouncers. You know, they are not, they're more like mall cops or something. And if anything gets too out of hand, they just call the cops. I think they're there to make sure drunks don't get out of hand, just to resolve any sort of customer disputes, make sure customers, you know, there's no fights that break out, anything like that. But even at that, I'm inclined to believe that they probably go for the, you know, dialing 911 fairly quickly. I'm guessing they don't carry guns or anything like that. So I did tell him. Then I did tell Chris about how the Fairmont did not give up the police video. He was not sure what to think of that. He couldn't really remember of any particular time for any sort of crime that happened there that they gave up a videotape, or maybe at that point a hard drive or a CD, anything like that. But I don't know if he found it surprising or not, but he did not know that. He did not know that. But what he did say is that for something like that to happen, the way he understood it while working there, is not a decision that he, or in his position, or David Bolton's position, which was the same one, that was not a decision that either of them could ever make. It was above their pay grade. If the police came in and talked to them about getting a video, that would be something that would have to be passed on to management at the Fairmont. Once again, because these guys don't get Fairmont checks. They are there on contract. So I want you to remember that point about this for later, that his idea was that he believes that should he had ever been asked something like that he would have had to have gone to somebody who actually, a management at the Fairmont, to get instructions on what to do with that. Remember that. And I continue to talk to Chris, and I've told him already that this episode would be coming out, and I hope that, you know, and he and I will continue to, you know, talk back and forth. And I want to say once again that I think he's been very, very helpful as anybody I've encountered in this case. And I do believe that Chris is telling me the total truth about what he remembers and everything that he knows about the Fairmont and what goes on there. So getting back to David Bolton, after I spoke to Chris after a while, and he told me that that the guy's name, his last name is Bolton, not Barton, I called the Fairmont and got him on the phone. We talked for a total of about 5 minutes. I wouldn't say that he avoided speaking to me. It's not like as soon as I introduced myself, he hung up on me. But of all the people I've spoken to regarding this case, he was the least helpful. I wouldn't necessarily say he was confrontational, but what he said to me was, I don't know how many times I have to be interviewed about this. You know, and you should know, all of you know, there was a pilot for a TV show that was filmed that I don't think ever made it onto TV. And the case they covered was Cameron's. And David was interviewed for it, although you just hear his voice, you do not see him speaking. Well, he talked about that. He talked about the family. He talked about the police. And he was like, how many times, you know, do I have to speak about this? And what he told me during the course is he seemed to be very busy. He says that I caught him in the middle of a shift change. I don't know if that's true or not. But he sure didn't make it sound like he had a lot on his plate. And I resolved to speak to him again, but I have not, simply because I want to wait for the right moment. Now, maybe he's going to hear this and know that I'll be calling again. But I'm waiting for the right moment because some of these other things that I'm working on that are still not resolved that you will hear before this summation is over. But what I did get out of him that I think is noteworthy, I did get to ask him about the video, all the video that was taken inside the Fairmont that night. And I asked him, does he have any knowledge why it wasn't given to the police? Why didn't they just willingly give it up? Why didn't they just do the police a favor? And what he told me is that he believes that Kevin Simmons, Simmons, would have been responsible for that. And at that point, I'm not sure if I knew who Kevin Simmons was or not. I don't think that I did. But what I eventually found out was that he was a guy who did work in management at the Fairmont, who would have been overseeing first alarm, doing the security at the Fairmont. Well, the problem, as I discovered after I talked to David, is that Kevin Simmons didn't start at the Fairmont in his position until well after Cameron disappeared. In fact, he didn't start there until December of 2011, whereas the police were asking and the family was asking for that video well before that. That's what I discovered. Now, you may say, well, what about well, if Kevin Simmons came in, then there had to be somebody else in his position before that. Well, maybe David just got, mixed up. Well, I looked into that. And it turns out the person who had the position before Kevin Simmons was a guy whose name was Perry Miller. And he was in the position working in management at the Fairmont at the time of Cameron's disappearance. He would have been, like I said before, that person in management who would have made a decision whether to give video to the police or not. Well, here's an issue with that. Perry Miller hadn't been at the Fairmont in his position for about a month before Cameron disappeared. He still had the position, but he wasn't going to work. Why? Because he had pancreatic cancer. And in fact, he never, after he left, came to work in early September of 2011, he never came back. And he died in November of 2011. So Kevin Simmons didn't work there till December. Perry Miller's position was not filled until December. And Perry Miller was not going to work because he was trying to fight pancreatic cancer. And I'm doubting that if the police showed up, looking for the video, I doubt somebody really bothered Perry Miller at home. He's fighting pancreatic cancer. He only had a month to live. Who knows what kind of health situation he was in. Were they really going to call him to bother him about video that the police wanted to get? I think not. So there are only two possibilities regarding this. Being that David Bolton knew that the family and the police wanted the video, either he was the one who decided not to give them the video, or it was somebody else in management. And I'm wondering to this day why David wouldn't remember that. Now you say, well, it's been 7 years, 8 years. Well, it's obvious in talking to David Bolton that he definitely, starkly remembers everything, because as soon as I started asking him about it, he was like, oh, I've done all these. He surely remembers. He knows who Cameron Remmer is. He himself admitted that he's been asked about it many, many times, so it's still kind of probably fresh in his mind after all these years. Maybe because, he's been asked about it so many times. How could he get it wrong that Kevin Simmons didn't even work there? Moreover, why didn't he mention Perry Miller instead? Or why didn't he say that, it was somebody else in management? Would he not remember that? I'm guessing that Cameron Remmer is the only guy to disappear after staying at the Fairmont. In the history of the Fairmont, I'm going to bet he's the only one. But somehow David Bolton can't remember the situation with the video. I'm sure that is the only time the San Francisco police ever showed up at the Fairmont to ask for a video in relation to a missing persons case. And David Bolton can't remember why the video was not given up. I find that a little perplexing. Especially since, and once again, maybe he just, though, I guess the way I think about it is I have 150 cases in my mind, disappearance cases that Unfound is covered. I can look at any name on any of them and give you the general information on the disappearance. 150 cases. And we are only asking David Bolton about one. And it seems that he messed up some of the information. So if he's listening to this, David, you can contact me anytime to straighten this out. But that is the honest-to-God conversation that I had with him. And granted, it's partly my fault that I should have probably known Kevin Simmons and Perry Miller before I ever called him. And then when he said Kevin Simmons, I should have said, well, he didn't work there at the time. I could have said that. Unfortunately, I was not prepared as I should have been. So could it be that David Bolton himself decided not to give the police the video? Or who was it else in management in another different position who would have been responsible for that? I just don't know. And I'm looking at my notes here. Once again, frankly, of everyone I've spoken to so far, David Bolton was probably, I wouldn't say he was confrontational. I would just say that he really could not be bothered with talking to me that day, frankly. You can take that for what it's worth. Maybe I just caught him at a bad time, but I'm not convinced of that. But I would like to talk to him somewhere down the road once some other issues get resolved. And yes, I did tell Chris Andesides about this conversation with David Bolton. And I don't think that Chris and David knew each other very well. They were like two ships passing in the night. David started, and then just a month or month and a half later, Chris moved on. But I did tell him about it, and I think maybe Chris is just a little confused about that as well. The next person I talked to, or I wouldn't say it was next, but another person that I talked to that I've already mentioned is Khalid Muhammad. He was a guy that was on Valerie's notes. And she had him down as working in security, which was not correct. He was actually the food and beverage manager, and this is what he told me. I tracked his phone number down and called him. He was not in security, as Valerie's notes stated. He was in the food and beverage manager, and he was there the night that Cameron disappeared. He spoke to Cameron in the Tonga bar. Cameron was by himself. Cameron seemed to be a little tuned up, which I think maybe was Cameron's permanent condition to hear his mother talk about it. Always talking, always a lot of energy. But he wasn't causing any trouble. Cameron was moving from group to group, being very friendly. Khalid ended up talking to Cameron at some time during that night, and everything was fine. But Khalid said he had to walk away when Cameron tried to sell him I don't know if it was one of those pens that were a prominent part of the interview that I did with Valerie. But Cameron tried to sell marijuana, hash, something like that. And at that point, the way Khalid remembers it, he walked away. He goes, you know what? I can't be talking to somebody like that. However, Khalid insists that he did not call security on Cameron. I think the way Khalid put it is that he had seen stranger people than Cameron at the Fairmont all the time that he was working there. And if Cameron had been bothering other customers and they were complaining about him, he would have done something. But he insists that he did not call security on Cameron. He saw no need to do that. But you should understand something. Khalid's shift ended at 11 p.m. Khalid says he didn't know anything about Cameron disappearing until Cameron's family showed up. He told them everything he knew, and I believe that. Once again, Khalid's name was in the information that Valerie sent me. And I asked him if he ever saw security rough anybody up. He said never. It wasn't that kind of security, just like Chris said. For anything crazy, they just call the police. He did not know about the video not being released to the police, and as a beverage manager, food and beverage, I guess he wouldn't know that, but I had to ask. Khalid also says he knew nothing about Cameron getting kicked off the premises. That was news to him, even all these years later. So Khalid answered every question that I asked him. Is he telling the truth? That's for you to decide. But that was my conversation with him. Once again, he does not work at the Fairmont anymore, so there's no need for him to try to soften his answers to try to keep his job or anything. He hasn't worked there for several years. He has no connection to the Fairmont in any way. And I think if I put it in a capsule, I don't think that he ever suspected. There was no rumors of anything that happened at the Fairmont, that some patron there got roughed up and the security had to whisk him out. Khalid didn't say anything to me about that, and because I don't think he ever heard anything like that. And I still have his phone number, and I don't know if I'll need to talk to him again, but I may. And that was a conversation I had with him June, maybe even May of 2019. It's been a while. Well, later, after I talked to Khalid, and I do not remember how, maybe a month later, I really could look at my, I guess my phone or something, but it was after I talked to Khalid that I talked to Juan Baisman, Baisman. He was the bellman that night, and you should know he still does work at the Fairmont. And Juan definitely remembered Cameron. And the reason that he remembered Cameron is because Cameron reminded Juan of one of his longtime best friends. In fact, when he saw Cameron, he was like, he almost thought it was this guy that he had known for a long time. But Juan saw Cameron that evening. The way I would explain it is that Juan was there when Cameron came from his dinner with Caleb. And Cameron had his backpack, and he had those drugs. But Juan insists that he had no idea that in one of those bags were all of those pens. There's how many, ever many, 700, 600, 671, whatever number was, a huge number. He had no idea that there were illegal drugs in one of those bags. Not at all. But as requested by Cameron, and because Cameron had been a person who stayed there the night before, Juan put that stuff in a secluded area that they do for people staying there, to hold this stuff. Now, what's interesting, I think, is that Juan thought Cameron, after Cameron had dropped those bags off, Cameron had, I guess, hung around outside on the sidewalk. As Khalid stated, Juan does not remember Cameron being with anybody, but the way he remembers it is that Cameron was hanging around outside, and then Juan had his job to do, and then when he turned around, Cameron was gone. His impression was that he thought that Cameron just dropped the bags off and left, just went down the street or something. He did not find out until days later that Cameron had actually gone inside to the Tonga bar, etc. And that's when he heard about this guy that went missing. And of course, the family shows up. He had no idea until all that happened that Cameron had actually gone into the hotel. Juan never heard anything about Cameron getting kicked out. Nothing from security, although I don't think that Juan knew the guys in security that well. As I have in my notes, and I've already stated, Cameron was alone when he arrived, and Juan did not see him hanging out with anybody, male or female. Juan echoes much of what Khalid said. Security, the way they understand it, security was not rough with anybody, not that kind of place. Yes, security had escorted a few people off the property over the years that Juan had worked there, but nothing that he remembered being, violent or anything. Didn't really know the guys in security since they were technically not Fairmont employees. Juan had nothing to say about the video not being given up. He knows nothing about that. It's not his concern. He's a bellman. He doesn't work in security. But the issue is that Juan also got off work at 11 p.m. So we have Juan there till 11. We have Khalid there till 11. And we have Chris there till 11. Whereas it's clear to me that Cameron got kicked out after that, after these guys had already left for the evening. And I'm guessing, having had a job at one time where, you clock in and clock out, I'm guessing they didn't work until 11. They probably worked till like 10 till 11 and then, went down to where they're supposed to clock in, sign out, whatever. And so they could be there right at the clock when it's 11 to get the heck out. So it's not like they were all out on the floor till 11. They were probably only out at their positions until maybe 10 till or something. So, one really good guy to me, as Khalid was. And he also knew, I didn't put this in my notes, but he also knew about how eventually the police came and got the stuff. And that's when I think he learned that there were illegal drugs in there. And then somehow Juan knew, I don't know, I forget, maybe, I don't remember, maybe I told him, that it wasn't until recently, maybe 2018, that the police finally destroyed all that stuff. They had it in evidence for all this time and then destroyed it like last year or something like that. Maybe I told him that. Or maybe he knew that somehow. I have to think about that. But I believe that Juan is telling me the truth. And really cannot confirm or deny that Cameron, went missing from the Fairmont or not. And once again, you have to remember he still works there. So there's that. The next person I talked to, and it was only a 12-minute conversation, was with Adrian. This is the young woman that Cameron met while he was there. You should know, over the course of the 4 days that they were communicating, there was a combination between calls and texts, 66 communications in 4 days. It's quite a bit. And she says that they met at a bluegrass festival, and they kind of hit it off, and they saw each other quite a few times over those 4 days. What she mentioned, and I don't know what to make of this, is that Cameron seemed to be obsessed while he was there on collecting silver dollars. And in fact, while she was with him during the day, they went to a couple different banks to inquire to see if they had any silver dollars. She also told me, and I asked her about, was she aware that, around the time that he was communicating with her, that he was also doing things on Craigslist. She believed it was in an effort to talk to people who had coins or rare coins or things that they were selling on Craigslist. I don't know what to make of that. I don't want to believe that this young woman, I'm not giving you her last name or anything, but I have to admit, when I see somebody communicating with somebody and then they're going to Craigslist at the same time, I start thinking that maybe there was some sex work going on. I do not know this girl, this young woman. I do not know what her story is or anything else. I think that she was trying to answer my questions. I don't know if she was telling the truth. Now, I will tell you that Valerie kind of did say that Cameron could get obsessed with things like, coins and things like that. So it wasn't totally strange to her. But in my job, what I do, when I start seeing a guy like Cameron that was trying to make contacts on Craigslist through his phone as often as he was, and he was a single guy, and I will get into a little bit of another thing here in a bit, I start thinking that maybe it wasn't about coins, and maybe it was about something else. Can't help but think that. She said that she didn't think too much. The last time she and Cameron communicated was in the early morning of October 6th, like 5 in the morning or something. And she didn't think too much about not hearing from Cameron again. She knew that he was from Southern California, and it wasn't like it was going to be a long-term relationship or anything like that. But she did admit that she did try calling him back on the 9th, and there is a record of her trying to do that. And, of course, he never got back to her. She has been talked to. Well, let's see. The family and the investigators did talk to her. And the way she even found out that Cameron was missing, even before the family investigators showed up, was that her friend Fiona told her about it. And the way they tracked Adrian down, the way the investigators and the family tracked her down is the same way I did, through the phone records. She still has the same phone number that was on the records from 2011. She says that she did know that Cameron was in San Francisco for illegal drug business, and she had visited Cameron at his room at the Fairmont. What do I make of what she said? First and foremost, I think she knows zero about what happened to Cameron. Okay, no matter whether I think she's lying to me or not about how they met and everything else, I think she knows zero. There is no proof that they communicated. They got together, as everybody has stated, that saw him that night. He was by himself. They did not see him with any women or men. There's no proof that she was ever anywhere near the Fairmont that night. The weird part is I have here, the weird part about the banks is that in the phone records, at least not that I could see, there is not one call to a bank the entire time he was in San Francisco. So she says they were going to banks, but he wasn't calling any. Weird. However, like I said, to tie this up, Valerie did say that Cameron sometimes did take an interest in that. The big question for me, it seems, is that the two were hot and heavy for 4 days, then nothing on October 6th. Why is that? What was it that caused Cameron to not respond to her? Because he was on the phone all day on October 6th. But for some reason, he never got back to her, even though they had traded phone calls and texts 66 times over 4 days. Then all of a sudden, Cameron's not getting back to her. I think that I'm going to offer up a reason for that in a moment, but I thought that I should point that out. I do have some suspicions about Adrian's lifestyle at the time, but still, I'm pretty convinced she has no knowledge, and that's all we're concerned about. No knowledge of anything regarding his disappearance. She did tell me that she did meet one guy. Cameron didn't. They went out for drinks at a bar or something, and she even told me the name of the bar. And that they did meet some guy that Cameron knew, but it wasn't near October 6th. I'm thinking it was maybe one of the Judans or Caleb. She did not remember the guy's name, but that's about all she could tell me about that. Which would not be unusual, being that Cameron did know so many people up there. So let's move on to the people who I haven't talked to, who either I haven't been able to track them down, or they won't respond to me, or a combination of both, or blocked me. And yes, one person has blocked me. We're going to get into that. So who are people that I would still like to talk to who I haven't? Well, let's start here. We're going to talk about Lisa first, and we're not going to use her last name. To remind you, this is a woman who, when her phone number was found on Cameron's phone records, and between Valerie's son, the police, and even the son's daughter called this woman, in every instance, she threatened a lawsuit. if her name ever came up in connection to any of this. Well, I know who she is. I know what she does. I know what she looks like. I know what she does for a living. I know a lot about her. I do. And I've actually even watched an interview with her, but I'm not going to use her last name. But to also remind you, she called Cameron the day she called him in the afternoon of October 6th. There is only one, at least phone record of her contacting Cameron. My impression of that call, it was only 1 minute long. I think that she just left him a message. There is no proof that he actually ever got back to her, whether calling her, texting her, anything. However, as you heard Valerie explain in the interview, in the process of her saying that she's going to sue, she actually tried to convince somebody who called her, whether it was the police or Valerie or whoever, that the only reason she called Cameron was because that was a butt dial. Well, what I would say to that is the only way you can butt dial people is if the number is already in your phone. You know, it's not like your butt has the ability to pick out particular numbers to call and just happens to call somebody who's within, you know, a mile of where you are. Come on now. Come on now. But she only called him once. And he seemingly never got back to her. But what is clear is that that was not a butt dial, no matter what she says. And what it means is that she had Cameron's number. What it also means is that either Cameron had posted his phone number somewhere and she called him, or they had run into each other somewhere where he gave her his number. Now, what is significant about this call and when it was made? This call was made right after she had given a lecture in San Francisco that day. See, this is the things you do. You go, this is the kind of things that you find out what people were doing, 8 years ago. And it's fairly clear to me. I think that what you can extrapolate from that is that being that this woman runs in a certain crowd, that it would be highly probable that she was staying at the Fairmont for a few days, and Cameron was at the Fairmont for a few days, and they ran into each other. He gave her number. She gets done with her lecture that day and calls him. I think that makes a lot of sense. But you also must understand some other things. There is no reason for this woman to want to sue. It's not like she was cheating on her husband or anything like that. To my knowledge, at the time she was, maybe she had a boyfriend, but she wasn't married. I do not believe that she has any children or anything like that. And all they were doing when calling her was asking her, did you see Cameron this day with your phone numbers in the records? Did you see him? And she wouldn't even answer that. Now, this gets back to Adrian. And could it be that the reason, a little bit of theorizing anyway, could it be that the reason Cameron didn't call Adrian back is because he was thinking about having a rendezvous with Lisa that day? Or that night. That makes some sense. And we'll get into a little bit more of that later. However, I do have to remind you, on the other hand, that night, nobody saw Cameron with anybody. So even if she was staying at the Fairmont that night, there is no proof that they ever ran into each other that night on the premises. Now, you should know, I put, this was a little bit of a thankless job, but given the circle that this woman runs in, I instructed, or not instructed, but gave an opportunity to my friend, former guest, fellow sleuth, Dr. Eric Grabowski, You've heard of him. I put him in charge in contacting Lisa. And I said, here you go. If you don't reach her, don't feel bad about it. Just give it a shot. Because I thought with his particular skill set that he might have an opportunity, better opportunity of talking to her than I would if I just showed up calling her and telling her I'm a reporter. And this is the email that he sent. I'm going to leave out some of it because I think that it might give you too much information on who she actually is, and I don't want to do that. Eric wrote, I hope you are well. He says, I do freelance journalism on cold cases. I'm presently contributing work for a potential podcast on the Cameron Remmer case. As you probably know, it has been a matter of public discussion that phone records indicate there was a phone call from a phone number that you have or had at one time to Cameron's phone, close to the time of his disappearance. So you know, I make no assumptions about this in terms of what this actually means, but it is a research path that I would like to follow for this case. Would you be willing to talk at some point? I am more than willing to work out an agreement to the terms of this discussion. We could speak on the record or off the record. Confidential items we discuss would lead me to additional research. This additional research would probably lead to things that I could speak about publicly or on background. What we talk about is not confidential, but you would not be named as a source. In working out the agreement, I would explain clearly as to how my work will relate to what specific podcasts, etc. Thank you for your consideration. Raising awareness about this case and solving this case are both incredibly important, and all avenues of information and perspective are important going forward. I thought Eric put that email together himself, and I think it's excellent. And I deeply, deeply thank him for doing that. Not only did he email her, but he continued to call her, both, I think, on the phone number that was used back in 2011 and her office phone. He never got any responses, and I'm going to guess that he called her at least 10 to 15 times and sent her the email, maybe a couple times. Never responded to anything. No threats, no friendly responses, no responses with threats in them, nothing. Zero communication. So, and that's where we stand once again as of November 23rd, 2019. What do I make of all of this? What do I make of her reaction to being asked about Cameron? I want to say this, as I said already. She was single at the time, as far as I can tell. So there's no reason for her to be thinking that this information gets out, that her marriage or something is going to be in trouble. Also, there is no proof she knew anything about Cameron's drug activities or the reason that he was there in San Francisco. No proof of that at all. Zero. No idea. However, it is also clear that they knew each other or at least ran into each other. I totally reject the but-del explanation. My guess is that they met at the Fairmont. That would make sense. Do her reactions and non-responses mean she knows what happened to Cameron? They do not. On the other hand, there is no doubt in my mind she was at the Fairmont the night Cameron disappeared. Why? Because I think that's how they ran into each other in the first place. And she called him. I think that she was probably calling him maybe to line up having dinner together or more things. None of my business. What adults do, none of my business. But I think what you can infer in that is that the reason they ran into each other is because they were both at the Fairmont. So it makes sense then that if they were going to meet, they would meet at the Fairmont as well. I think that makes a lot of sense. And we must remember something else regarding this, and this is something that still continues to perplex me, and I'm going to talk about it right now in relation to Lisa and all of this. We have to remember something about the phone calls from that night, and we talked about that during the interview, is that Cameron was on the phone with Whitey, who was not in San Francisco, and said he was trying to find a place to stay, and Whitey was going to try to help him do that. Then a few minutes later, Cameron and Whitey talked again, and Cameron said he had found a place. Now, what happened between those two calls? Cameron had called another hotel, I think called the Oasis Hotel, I think. But there is no proof that Cameron ever made a reservation there. No proof that he ever walked there. Nothing. No charges on his credit card. Nothing. Now, but remember, still Cameron in the second phone call told Whitey that he had some place to stay. But he only made a call to one place between the first phone call with Whitey and the second phone call. And he didn't talk to anybody else in that time span. So what I would say is the other thing that makes sense is maybe he ran into somebody in person who told him that he could stay in their room or at their place or something else. Now, why is this significant? Because if Cameron was telling the truth to Whitey, that he found a place to stay, why was he still at the Fairmont at 11 p.m.? The only thing that makes sense, no matter what you may else think about this disappearance, if what Cameron told Whitey was true, and Cameron was still at the Fairmont at 11 p.m., the only thing that makes sense is his plan was to stay at the Fairmont another night. The only problem is there's no record of him ever charging his card or anything else. In fact, he was out of money to hear him tell it. And the only reason he stayed at the Fairmont those other nights was because Caleb paid for it. So this is where I think Lisa comes in on all of this. It fits. There could be a dozen other possibilities, but that is one that is in my mind. Not to mention that the drugs that Cameron was supposed to bring back to Southern California were in the Fairmont. Are we really to believe that he was going to go somewhere else and leave the drugs there? My opinion is that the reason he went back to the Fairmont and didn't just lug the luggage around and he put it in care of the Fairmont is because he was planning to stay at the Fairmont another night. And he wasn't planning to go anywhere else. That's the only thing that makes sense. And in fact, why is it, if he was planning to stay somewhere else, why didn't he just go to that place instead of going back to the Fairmont after having dinner with Caleb? Maybe because he knew he was going to be able to bunk up at the Fairmont with somebody else. And given that Lisa was contacting him, or at least once contacted him earlier in the day, and it makes sense that she was always also staying at the Fairmont, it certainly does raise the possibility that Cameron was thinking he was going to get to stay with Lisa that night. No proof of that. None. Zero. But those are the facts, and you can try to put them together any way you want, and I think that's the easiest way to put them together. But we're still working on that. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to talk to Lisa or not. I don't know. I'm open to it. Maybe she's ready to talk, and maybe, at this point, being that I've done all this other work and everything, maybe it's time that I take that off of Eric's hands and do it myself. In fact, we may do that. So let's move on to some other people who I haven't been able to talk to. Joe Carroll, the first detective. Unfortunately, he is deceased. He died in 2015, so no chance to talk to him. Now, the other detective on the case that came in after Joe, and maybe they even worked on it together, and you should know that both of them worked on those other 4 disappearances as well. Christian Hughes, Jackson Miller, Sean Seedy, Sean Dickerson. Joe and Ann were involved in those investigations too. Her name is Ann McKenzie. She was an inspector with San Francisco Police Department, which every time I say that, I think of Harry Callahan, Clint Eastwood's character. And Dirty Harry, he was also an inspector for the San Francisco Police Department. Can't help but think that. But she went as Ann McKenzie while she was a cop, but actually she was married to another cop, and her name is Ann Yoshi, Yoshii. I have not spoken to her. I think I had some bad information as her contact information originally, But eventually, I believe I did get a good phone number for her, and I've called her several times. She doesn't call me back. I have an email address for her. I've emailed her. Hasn't emailed me back. I know what her address is. Of course, I'm not going to give that out. But I have not sent her an old-fashioned letter yet. Now, I realize that she has, and I hope that she does eventually hear this, whether before or after I speak to her, but I realize that Ann has no responsibility to speak with me. All right, she is retired. Whatever she is doing now, fine with me. Yet, I can't help but to think that the reason she hasn't responded is because, unfortunately, one of the missing men's families, the other one's not Cameron's, not Valerie, but a member of another family, tried to get Ann fired by starting a petition because the person thought that Ann wasn't doing enough in that particular disappearance. And if you do a search for it, you'll be able to find it. I'm not going to talk about it here. And this is the kind of stuff that only sours everything for other families who need police help. This is the reason I've criticized, for example, the Kessies, Jennifer Kessie's family, for bringing their lawsuit against Orlando police. Lawsuits only make the police worse, not better, especially when there really is no idea of what happened. Not just in Cameron's case, but in Jennifer's case, and many disappearances. All it does is it jades the police even more. And so I can't help but think that in my messages to Ann, I've given my name, the name of the program, how many cases I've covered, the links to the program so she can listen to it for herself, on and on and on. I have a lot of credibility, as I think all of you know. But I can't help but think that the reason she hasn't responded to me is because maybe she got so ticked off, back then when, one particular family was trying to get her fired. I can't reject that because I think although I do not talk to police officers and detectives very often, but for example, in the case of the McDaniel sisters, I called, I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but I called the guy who kind of was responsible for that back in 1980. He came to the phone, and I've had 2 good conversations with him, even though they haven't been as revealing as I would have hoped. He had no problem talking to me what he could remember, although he didn't remember much about the McDaniel sisters, but he was more willing to tell me about his experience, what he remembers back at the time, names and things like that. And this guy, the McDaniel sisters have been missing for 40 years. Ann Mackenzie won't pick up the phone. Hate that. But if she's out there, and should she get to listen to this, Ann, I would love to talk to you. And the main concentration of our conversation will be, what do you think about the Fairmont not giving up the video for that night? And why is it that police didn't get a subpoena for that video when the Fairmont put up the fight that it did? I'd like to know that. Now, and I think at this point, all of you know why that video could be so important. It could be. Now, I just can't get it out of my mind. Why is it that 7-Elevens and Walmarts and Home Depots and apartment complexes and everything else more than willing to give up video to the police? And in fact, you can see many of them on YouTube. They make it on there. There's like a shootout or something like that. Much of this stuff gets on YouTube. Fairmont won't give their video up to the police for the night that Cameron disappeared, even though, going back to that article, they said that they were going to be helpful with the police. They were going to give the video up. It's going to be a new layer of law enforcement in that area of San Francisco. Okay. All right. So let's get down. We're getting near the end here. I know we're going on. It's the clicker here says an hour and it's going to say an hour and 28 minutes here in a few seconds. let's go back to where this all started, security. As I told you already, Chris Handesides gave me the names of the two guys he thought were on duty the night at the time that Cameron got kicked out of the Fairmont. And I told you that one of those guys' names is Dan Inouye, Inouye. And I think he's Asian, Hawaiian, and I mean him no disrespect if I'm not pronouncing his last name correctly, but it looks like Inouye to me. He was one of the security guards that night, and Chris, once we had determined that, and I think that Chris was actually even friends with him on Facebook, Chris actually spoke to Dan when this all, once again, to remind you, I asked Chris about that. He gave me two names. One of them was Steve Cannon's, and the name was someone else. And then later, maybe a week later, 2 weeks later, Chris got back to me and said, you know what? I don't think that's right. I think it was actually Steve Cannon and Dan Inouye, not the other guys that I gave you. And so Chris said that he would talk to Dan and he would try to line up something so I could talk to Dan. And Chris contacted him, and Dan said, no problem. I could talk to him in a few days, and I think that it was going to be a Sunday. Well, that never happened. I contacted him. I messaged him on Facebook. He never got back to me. I sent him multiple messages. He never responded. I talked to Chris. I'm not sure what to think of that. I had Dan's phone number. I called him. Wouldn't call me back. He wouldn't respond. Well, I don't know when I eventually figured this out. But Dan Inouye eventually blocked me on Facebook. And I told Chris about it. And I think to this day, Chris doesn't know what to make of it. I think we're now to the point in November 2019 where I don't know if Dan responds to Chris either. What I do know is that as far as was what Chris has told me, Dan has not talked to Chris about that night. Not to my knowledge, anyway. This is bothersome. I don't like this. You should know, over the course of over 3 years of Unfound, in trying to contact people to get information from them, me getting blocked doesn't happen too often. I'm not saying it's never happened before Dan did it, but it does happen. And in fact, I've had to block some people myself. But, all I'm doing is wanting to talk to him about that night, being that Chris, who knows him and has vouched for me, says that he worked that night. Well, what do you remember? Do you remember Cameron Remmer? Well, we heard that he got kicked out. Do you remember that? Nothing. Blocked me. To the point, on Facebook, you can't even search for the person. So these days, if although I haven't done it in a while, in fact, I got one of my assistants, maybe Cherie, to do it. I said, can you do a search for Dan Inouye on Facebook and see if he's still around? And she says, yeah, he is. But I can't see it because he has me blocked. Well, he doesn't have her blocked, so she can see his profile. What am I to make of all this? He cannot claim that I'm a troll. If he's blocking me because he thinks I'm some scamster or troll, it's totally crazy, because I sent him in the messages the links to the program. When I called him, I told him who I was, and he was more than welcome to look me up. In addition, Chris, they work together. They were friends on Facebook. Chris has vouched for me with him. Still blocked. I'm bothered by this, and really, I don't know how anybody couldn't be bothered by this. This is a guy who, if we are to believe Cameron got kicked out of the Fairmont, this is surely one of the guys who did it. But he won't talk. You can judge that for yourself. Now, as far as Steve Cannon, I will have you know, I have to go a little easier on him, because Even all these months later, I do not have a good phone number or address or anything on him. Steve Cannon, as you would expect, is not a common name, but there are many out there, and it's a little difficult to narrow down which one is he. I have found his sisters on Facebook, and I've tried to contact them. They've not responded to me. I'm not going to give them a hard time about that. So I can't make any judgments on him at this point. You should know, though, that neither Dan nor Steve work in security anymore. They both worked for First Alarm like Chris did, like David Bolton does. But neither of them work and I don't know what Steve does now, but it's not in security. But I know what Dan does, and I'm not going to reveal that. However, if you can track down, anybody out there can track down the correct Steve Cannon, I think that he lives in Oakland, California now. I think he's somewhere in his 30s. If you can track down the correct one and get him on the phone, talk to him or give the phone number to me, and I'd surely like to talk to him about the night of October 6th into the morning of October 7th and, what actually went down. Because I think, as Valerie said in the interview, the story was that at some point, Cameron was running around the hotel and was acting crazy, and that's why they had to kick him out. Well, I'd like to verify that with Steve and Dan. And what did Cameron say to them? What exactly did they do when they escorted him off the premises? What actually happened? Where did he go? What did they do? Did they get into did he put up a fight? What did he say? I'd like to know more about that. Because there's a way that this story got out, and the only way it could have gotten out is when the family showed up at the Fairmont and started talking to David Bolton or whoever else was in security. That must have been what the family was told. The interesting part, as I think about it now, is why weren't those two guys' names mentioned? Why is it their names nowhere in any of the notes that I have on the disappearance? And why did Valerie herself, why had she never heard of Dan and Steve before? I don't know. But I'm willing to talk to these guys. I know I'm being very, at least very, very critical of Lisa. I'm being very critical of Dan. I'm not being critical of Ann McKenzie, except to say that I'd really like to talk to her. I'm not necessarily being critical of Steve Cannon. He hasn't avoided me. It's just my problem of really getting good information on how to contact him. But I'm willing to talk to any of these people at any time, and I hope to. They all, I believe, have information that would be helpful in this disappearance. And so that was everything that I've been able to do on this case, and with the help of Dr. Eric Grabowski, and of course, my assistants. And so I think at this point, if you were to go to, for example, the Charley Project, and you know how much I love Megan Good, you go to Cameron Remmer's bio and what happened, it's certainly different now. You could read that and think, well, he's having some problems, he just ran off. But now that I've given you all the facts that I've given you and the people that I've talked to, and people who I haven't talked to, who they don't want to be talked to, it certainly puts this disappearance in a different light. And I think that everybody has some explaining to do, even if it is that Cameron ran off and became a homeless person. Why is it that the Fairmont didn't give up the video? Why is it that the police didn't get a subpoena? Why is it that Lisa won't call me back? Why is it that Dan is blocking me? A lot of different people have a lot of explaining to do. Why is it that David Bolton got that information wrong when I talked to him that day? I think now, to go back to the beginning, why was it that I jumped into Cameron Remmer's case? I think that you can now see why. It may be that the San Francisco Police Department and others dismissed it as, he was up here, he was doing illegal activity, we don't give a dang. Well, I do give a dang. My assistants give a dang. Dr. Eric Grabowski gives a dang. And we'll just keep pressing forward. But the reason I decided to finally do this is because, make this all public, is because we have kind of run into a brick wall. I would certainly like if some quality, high quality, reputable private investigator in California, maybe to track down Dan, maybe go knock on his door one day and talk to him and track down Steve Cannon and get somebody up in, let's just say, the northeastern United States to speak to Lisa. You know, these are things that I'm hoping will happen by finally publicizing this disappearance. Because it's hard to do some of this remotely when it's so easy for people to avoid you just by not picking up the phone and not answering messages and blocking you. So where does that leave the case right now, as of November 23rd, 2019? First of all, I do not believe Cameron jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. Why? First of all, the bridge is closed at night. And they did that several years ago because people were jumping off of it at night. And also, as I learned from the documentary, most jumpers who go off are seen. That's how they are found. And there are video cameras there, and people patrol the bridge watching for jumpers. This is why I rejected he jumped off it. That's why I rejected all of these other guys jumped off it. Number two, I don't believe Cameron ended up at some other hotel and something happened. Why? Because he was still at the Fairmont Hotel at 11 p.m. I mean, if he was staying somewhere else, I mean, at what point was he going to go to the other place? I don't think he was planning to go anywhere else. I think that's why he put the drugs in his backpack in storage, because he thought he would be staying there for the night. Number three, I am open to the idea that Cameron had a manic episode and took off. Despite everything that I said about Lisa and Dan and everything else, I have to be open to that because even his own mother admits that he could behave erratically. But it still doesn't explain why Dan, the security guard, blocked me. But this scenario is possible given Cameron's prior behavior and his, as we heard, he could get violent at times. That's why he spent time in jail. But when I think of that, I think, well, the security guys came after him and they got into a big fight and something happened and they covered it up. I can't help but think that. 4, I strongly dispute the idea that Cameron's disappearance is drug-related, even though there were many guys up there who have felonies on their record, etc. Why? For the simple fact that drug dealers would get their products out of storage before getting rid of Cameron. Surely they would do that. They would not get rid of the guy who was the only guy that would be able to go into the Fairmont and get all of those drugs out of there. They wouldn't kill a guy like that. They might kill him after if they thought that he screwed them over or something, but surely not before. So I reject that. But I think this is one of those reasons that this disappearance has kind of been put to the wayside, because I think that when people look at the general facts, they think, oh, he was up there, he was doing this drug deals and stuff. Oh, the drug people did something to him. I totally reject that, on top of the fact there is no proof that any of those drug guys were at the Fairmont that night. Number 5, I'm open to the idea that Cameron's disappearance could be sex-related, okay? And this is something that I've not mentioned. And I'm not speaking out of school because Valerie knows this. Cameron, possibly due to his mental condition, was known to seek out sexual encounters with strangers, both men and women. And this is the reason that I spoke about the Craigslist stuff earlier. There is no proof he did any of that while he's in San Francisco, but he sure did contact Craigslist quite a bit. This is something, is it possible that he's at the Fairmont, mingling around, maybe he does get out of hand and the security want to kick him out, and somebody that he ran into that night that he hoped to have sex with offered, well, I'll drive you back to my place. I'll drive you back to my house, wherever. And being that seems that Cameron was into that, that has to be a possibility. Mm-hmm. This is also the reason that in talking to Adrian, because I knew this at that point, but I didn't mention it to Adrian. While I was talking to her, I was thinking, are we sure that he didn't meet her through Craigslist? Just saying. Theory. Before I get to item number 6, I think I should mention this right here, being that I was just talking about Craigslist and sex and things. There were some other numbers that did not have names attached to them that also kind of hovered around the Craigslist calls or contacts that Cameron made. And I had Eric Grabowski, besides him trying to contact Lisa, and he did a couple other things as well in this case, and I cannot thank him enough. One of the other things he did was tried to track down the identity of some of these other phone numbers. There was one that started, I'm not going to give out the whole number, but it started out 415994. He was not able to put a name with this phone number. I believe he tried to call it, and nobody answered, and so that was kind of a dead end. There was another number, a 415240, and this is the email that Eric sent to me regarding that particular number. He says, the male who answered this number is not Harold Evans. That was a name that came up that we thought might be connected to that number. The person who answered the phone said he had that phone number for a long time, although in reading Eric's message here, I'm not sure if he had it then back in 2011. If you'll remember, there are some of Unfound's cases where we have researched numbers and found out that the person who has it now was not the person who had it at the time of the disappearance. Not common, but it does happen. But this guy said he did not know anything about Cameron Remmer, Craigslist, the marijuana pens, etc. Eric said that this guy spoke with an accent. He did not say what kind of accent, but he thinks that this guy's name might have been Mohammed. Next, there is a number that started 337501, and we'll just say that this guy's name was Al, and Eric contacted him once again sometime this year in 2019, and he got to talk to this guy. This guy had, in fact, run into Cameron in San Francisco, and this is what Eric had to say about that. Eric speaking from his point of view. With my description of Cameron, he said that if it was the same person, he met that person, meaning Cameron, at a liquor store. They smoked a joint outside and talked for a bit. Cameron provided the joint. Al recalls Cameron talking about how to get a medical marijuana license, so as to use marijuana legally. With my mentioning that I had a background, once again Eric speaking, had a background on texting or calling between his number and Cam's number, he said they could have texted. They did not meet through Craigslist. This is what this guy said who has this phone number. Al said I could call him back in the future if needed. I told him to call me if he recalls anything important. Eric went on to say that there's texting between Al's number and Cam's Verizon number on the 4th, 5th, and 6th of October. In Eric's opinion, Al's story does fit with what we know about Cam's overall approach to people. I agree with that. Al was not even really so interested in the license part since he did not live in the state of California. That was something that he recalls from their liquor store conversation. They built OK Rapport at the liquor store. Al did not indicate that the texting would have been anything but a social extension of their liquor store conversation. Number 6, if the investigators want to re-examine Cameron's case, they should start with Dan Inouye and Steve Cannon. There's no doubt in my mind, and David Bolton. And the exact reason the video was not freely given to police back in 2011. However, the police should also do an internal review of why a subpoena was not served on the Fairmont to produce the video. As was stated during the interview, when the Fairmont's new video system was installed in 2007, there was an article where management bragged that the video would help police too. I'd like to see the Fairmont explain why they didn't honor that statement in that article 4 years before Cameron disappeared. Okay. Also, and we talked about this during the interview, there was this article written saying that Cameron actually came back to the Fairmont a few days later. I will have posted that article. By the time you're hearing my voice for this interview, I will have posted that article already in the group and on the Unfound page on Facebook. But in that article, it is stated that Cameron came back to the Fairmont on October 9th. Well, I tracked down the writer of that article. His name is Will Kane. And you should know, he did virtually everything in his power to avoid me. It took me a combination of phone calls and texts, emails, totaling about 15 between, add them up, phone calls and emails, for him to respond to me. And I believe the only reason he responded to me, because I eventually emailed his boss asking him, what does it take to get Will Kane to call me back? That's a true story. And when Will finally did call me back, we had like a 3-minute conversation, and he was not helpful at all. I asked him about that, what he wrote, that Cameron came back on October 9th. I asked him, where did he get that information? He says that he didn't remember, and any notes that he would have on that would be long gone. And in fact, I don't even know if he knew that Cameron was still missing. But here's something that and I think when I first met Valerie, I don't think that she even knew about that article. Here's what I believe regarding that. I believe the story about Cameron coming back to the Fairmont days later after October 6th. I think the date that is mentioned in the article is October 9th. I believe that is a piece of disinformation put out by someone. I have no idea who did that. But I am inclined to believe that somebody put that information out there as disinformation. I've been around enough missing persons cases to know. Pretty sure. Like I said, though, Will Kane said he could not remember his source for the article. I don't know how I would prove that if he's lying or telling the truth or whatever else regarding that. Is he protecting somebody? Is he not? I don't know. But he got that information from somewhere. Somewhere he got it. I'd love to know who told him that. My guess is it was somebody at the Fairmont. That would make a lot of sense. As for everything else, all the other things that came up in the article or the interview. Cameron saying he was going to meet someone from the Sears family, how he was going to get back to Southern California with all those drugs, how he might take a private plane. Honestly, I have no idea what to make of any of it. Cameron was known to be a talker. So I'm inclined to think that maybe he was BSing some, but I don't know that for sure. But I think that we still have to continue to wonder. Remember, he went to Northern California with nothing illegal. He was coming back to Southern California with a lot of stuff that was illegal. How was he going to do that? Now, maybe he was just hoping and getting through and put it in a bag and no drug dogs would smell it and it'd be, scot-free. Maybe. Or was he going to take a private jet or a propeller plane or drive? We just don't know. Not as of November 23rd, 2019. And that concludes all of my notes, everything that I've collected in working on Cameron Remmer's disappearance during the year 2019. So to put this in a nutshell, here are the people that I still need to talk to, that I want to talk to, who I think are very important to this case. Dan Inouye, Steve Cannon, and Ann McKenzie. If any of you can contact any of those people, I'm not going to give you their contact information because that could get me in trouble. like their phone numbers, etc. But I'm just getting the feeling that it might just need more. We might need more than just one or a few people maybe talking to these people about them coming forward. We may need to let them know that this is now, what you might put in 21st century terms, a thing. This is not going away. Now that this disappearance is on Unfound, we're going to continue to try to track these people down. They're not just going to be able to slip away. They talk, that's great. They don't want to talk, then that's going to be put on the record too. I'd also like to maybe be able to track down a private investigator, a good one, a solid one, a reputable one, not like many of the private investigators who are in the missing persons field, frankly. One who can help the Remmer family, help Cameron's family talk to these people as well. I think that, for example, if these people lived in Florida, I think that I could track them down myself and approach them somewhere. I don't know how that would go, but to at least look them in the eye. But I don't, of course, live in California. So I'd really like to find somebody that could do that. Just 3 people. That's all I'm looking for. 3 people, calling them up, emailing them, going to where they live, person who has a license, has the ability to do this, has done this before, who can let these people know also that we at Unfound are very serious about helping Cameron Remmer's family get to the bottom of this. And once again, some of the main questions. We want to know what exactly happened that Cameron got kicked out. We want the step-by-step process in which that happened. Frankly, if it happened. And then on top of that, regarding Ann McKenzie and Yoshi, Yoshii, we want to know why the police did not get the video from the Fairmont. These are all very, very important questions in this disappearance. I think that after being that this episode is 4 hours long, I think we now know that those are the main questions. What did these 2 security guards do that night? Their encounter with Cameron, how did he act? What did he say? How did they escort him from the property? What was he saying? Did he say he was going to be going anywhere? And in addition, get more into the police side of this investigation. And regarding my experience, although I don't talk to a lot of police officers, it seems to me ones that are retired are more than welcome to talk, at least off the record. And that's what I'd like to do with Ann McKenzie. So there you go. And I will leave the rest of the theorizing up to you. And that's the program. If you found it informative, please go to the app that you use to listen to Unfound and give this podcast a nice review. I thank you for listening. I'm Ed Dentzel, and you've been listening to Unfound.